Welcome to our continuation of Hollow Knight Silksong. This is video segment number 20 of what has proven to be one of the most thorough and extensive experiences that we've managed to show on the stream for what seems like years, I think. Probably the biggest one for us since Tears of the Kingdom back in 2023. Much bigger game than we expected in many ways, in spite of the fact that it had known to be cooking for the past 7 years. And this is also our fourth session since our first encounter with the end credits, just to give you a sense of how much content we've managed to get through since then, and a whole lot of aimless wandering alongside that. In the previous session, I think we managed to cover all of the remaining fleas that were left to collect except for this one down here in the Underworks. We spent quite a long time looping around trying to find some kind of entrance to it. There is a bit of a visual clue that it seems to be at the top of a large bell-shaped structure, a bell structure essentially, that I think we might actually have to approach from below. So we did check a couple of things related to it in terms of looking for entry points that were maybe in some kind of adjoining zone that would get us into the Underworks. We looked around Shellwood and Bellheart. I think at one point we actually did check this path off of Sinner's Road left of the exhaust organ in case there was something that would stretch all the way across. One thing that I realized I didn't actually wind up checking, which I had talked about, and I think I got distracted from it when we were trying to find a path there, was to check whether there's some kind of long shot passageway from what we had seen previously in Greymoor, like either in that ledge or viewpoint that we have at a junction that is on the top left of the curve above all those spires, or I think we had checked this, the area that is above the NPC that refuses to interact with us at the moment. Yarnaby there, who's still waiting for some kind of unique specimen. We haven't managed to satisfy his demands yet, and I was definitely wondering whether maybe there was a quest that would open a passage from there, but we should actually inspect that area to see if there is a path up to the fleet, because we had talked about it, and for some reason I never got around to doing that. Now, the other major accomplishment that bears mentioning is that we have finished a quest that unlocked, which allowed us to have the caretaker lead the preparation for some kind of trap that gives you an alternate variation of something that happens in a final boss, an alternate objective, something that involves playing the needle in at some point, probably after defeating it all the way up to the binding phase that we had seen before. So, at some point when we feel ready, we're going to challenge the boss once again and attempt to trigger that and see what that sequence is going to get us. But I think the priority is going to be to figure out that flea. And there are quite a few NPCs or locations that we don't have interactions with yet that we'd certainly like to figure out at some point. Yarnaby over here being one of them. We've found 2 locations for ornate locks as well, one of them in the White Ward, and the other one, of course, being the diving bell all the way down to Deep Docks, where we just never figured out what to do with that. We've also found a couple of things around here, exits, for instance, that seem to strongly indicate that there is additional territory to explore up here in the Putrefied Ducts, or perhaps immediately above them. In fact, I realize now that I forgot to check whether we have this connecting passageway from the right side of Songclave, where we found one of the fleas the previous day, over to the lower left bench in the Putrefied Ducts, where we know there is an exit passage of some sort. So that probably is a point that we could have connected. There's probably some room in there that we can join up at some point if we remember to do it. In fact, it might even be something that is worth checking now before we get too far, because we can get to there pretty directly by way of Ventrica. So let's do that first. and just to see if there's some kind of a connecting passage we can open up. We won't search for this for too long if we can't find an immediate solution. And then after that, we'll see about exploring for that last flea, which, according to all of our mapping, should in fact be the final one. So let's get over there. And this was going to be through a lower passage in the Whispering Vaults that we had found. Let's just get down there without running into the same enemy that we usually do. That's the wrong button. Binding here instead of doing what I meant to do and dashing across. Amazing how bad muscle memory can be for a game that we played so much, even after just one day. Also, that really went down quickly, much faster than expected. Anyway, over here off the top corner, or off the top side, that's where we get the connecting passageway that we had opened up previously. Let's just slap this guy if we can. A little bit rough there. But at this point, this is what allows us to... Oh, no, this was just the location for the Silk Eater. And, oh yes, the passageway that we want is slightly above this then. How do we even get there? It's actually above this. Yeah, because we had managed to return through there. Let me just readjust a bit here and see if we can find the relevant location. Was it over here? Yes, it was. Yeah, this was the gate we had busted down from this side. And out here, we're just going to check the right side of this room once again to see if we can get to that connecting passage I was talking about without taking a death, hopefully. Well, now at least we can get a heal going in a moment. Just getting warmed up here. Oh, interrupted. Oh, living a little dangerously here right off the bat. It's okay, we just wanted to check the right side for anything that we can break. We had been up here previously. All the way up. But maybe there was something over here that we could break further. We'll just check for that. In case we find, once again, a connection point that will lead us back to the putrefied ducts. Let's skip. Oh, no. I was about to check that location and we got sniped. That's okay. We'll get back there. And of course, we're loaded on Silk Eaters. So if it looks like I'm running into trouble health-wise, we will remember to use one before we lose 700 and something rosaries that we're bagging up. Okay, rather careless start, but these things happen. Much better. Here we go. We better heal up. And head back up to where we dropped the cocoon. Be a little more cautious this time. Yeah, so here we've been previously, but I do want to check if there's a right side passage that we haven't unlocked. Nope, hang on. Try to bait it down. Nope, we're getting hit pretty hard actually. Nope. It's not really going well at all up there. Let's try to snipe it like that. Let the cogfly do all the work. As long as we don't take environmental damage in the meantime, that would be a rather embarrassing way to go at this point. Anyway, it's down. So was this anything over here? It was not. But what about this passage? Is this going up? No. Alright, so we want to check the right side wall. Just in case there was anything. I suspect there might be a passage. This goes down. Then there's a connection point over here. There isn't. Okay. So maybe it's nothing. I was thinking, because we know that there's an exit somewhere here in the petrified ducts, that we'd also have a connection point going up there, but if it's nowhere along the right side of everything we just checked, it's probably not going to be present. Unless it was off something like this area here. Okay. Well, we'll see. Definitely something left to discover. In that case, we should probably just head back to Songclave before we get ourselves into too much trouble. Heal up and then get back to flea business. Yeah, very curious that we didn't find anything that would match what I was looking for when it came to exit possibilities of this end. Anyway, let's try not to land anywhere too unsafe as we get back across. Or bump into this guy to the left that we kept bumping into last time. And let's see about those fleas. So a spot I wanted to check, having done that whole circuit around the Unwork so many times, is in Greymoor. I think either the Greymoor or the Belhart stations will do. Greymoor station, I think, will be the way we do it, so back to the Bellway we go. Okay, and let's let the Bell Beast do its work. And let's see if there's anything to check up in the top area. Now, if this doesn't pan out, I'm not sure what to check after that. But it does look like a reasonable idea. Oh. Actually, should have just taken another passage one deck up. Instead of going through here, there is a wall to the left. No, it's easier to just go all the way up to the top level and progress from there. Although, I think we needed to take the lift. Let's actually bench up here first. Just to keep things simple. And New did come back. We've seen New in the wild a couple of times. Around the carcasses of former bosses. But New does come back to headquarters from time to time, it seems. Okay, so a couple of things to check. The upper portion. Yeah, we had checked the Yarnaby area a few times, I think. So better to try this side first, perhaps. We'll see. Previously, I remember that that little stop in the top left was just a sign about the shipping or something, and then we might have explored all the way down to the bottom left corner. I don't quite recall, but it did take me a while just to traverse everything here. But we have many more tools since we last came here when it comes to just being able to fly around and not have to depend too much on stomping on things. Actually managed to dodge all of those projectiles rather deftly. Much more successfully than I might have originally envisioned. Yeah, so we'd kind of been around this corner previously and found, I think, a sign or something. Oh, actually, no, this is not what I was thinking about. You know what? This is new. Wisp Thicket. This is new. We hadn't been here previously. Yeah, no, because the last time we came here, we would not have had double jump. It would have been a while ago, so I wouldn't have been checked this location. So yeah, this actually looks like it is potentially a way to progress because we're in the middle of the map here now. Yeah, looking at the minimap, I thought this was just one of those huts that we went to. I think maybe I was thinking about another point, like an observation point that was high up along the way. But anyway, this is new. So let's see what we can do with it. That looks also like it might be the final zone we're looking for then when it comes to cartography. Exit to the left over here, but we'll check to the right. So we'll definitely be looking for Chakra as well, since she's indicated that there's more where she came from. Oh, a bench. We'll take it, of course. Let's just make sure it's a safe area first, so we're not trapped by anything mysterious. Now, interesting that this maps this automatically without having had Chakra here. Does it? Or is that just this room in a minimap? So it does map this automatically. I haven't had to buy anything to get the bench to fill this in. So maybe it's technically a subset of another zone. Like a subset of the Greymoor area. It does look like a very unique biome, though. We might want to look at Magma Bell for this, because that's getting to be a problem right now. Let's actually do that. Let's go Magma Bell. Do we want to keep the reserve mine? We actually don't need a wreath, unless we run into something really muddy here. We don't have injector band back right now, but that's okay. So yeah, the Wisp is definitely kind of, or rather the Flea is definitely potentially within range of us here. Maybe this also connects over to Sinner's Road for all we know. Through some kind of additional passage. Zero 6 you're saying so many green areas and they look quite unique. Yeah, I mean, even relative to the original game, which was no slouch in that score. Whoa. These hit pretty hard. Yeah, let's just try to dodge these where necessary. Wow, those nuke you like crazy. Okay, there's something up here. Bone scroll. And we've been nuked like crazy here. Is there anything to tap up here that's... Actually, even though we just tap these, maybe we can get some silk back. In case we get nuked, we probably want to drop down as far as we can just to make the cocoon easy to reach. There's also a right side exit here that we didn't look at. I saw it on the map earlier and we didn't really consider it. I feel like we just need to drop quickly. Okay, let's get out. Just barely out. Made it out here. That's a lot of fire. Okay. Need to spear this guy. Oh, I ran right into him. Okay, we lost a ton of rosaries there. Once again, if we're low on health, I do have tons of silk eaters. But we're pretty close to the cocoon location, so let's just go back for now. I feel like this is a terrible risk, but especially when we're saving up 1100 for that spa that we want at the Bell Home. But this was easy to reach. Can we actually deflect these? With difficulty. Wow, these hit hard. Yeah, and he kind of warps around too. And takes a lot of punishment. Whoa. Okay, good. Let's read about this. Burning bug. Many-legged insect fanatically obsessed with flame. Okay. So yeah, lots of explosives still lying around all over the place when we try to take those on. So we are mapping this zone by ourselves, and maybe we don't expect to meet Chuck right here. Okay. We definitely need to tap for more silk in a moment. It's a good thing we've completely banked up all those silk eaters while we're here. I do want to try to get on the right side of that if we can. Oh. Okay, it is getting a problem. We do need to tap them for heals in just a moment. Yeah, so they kind of range back and forth like that. There's a particular movement that happens with those. I don't know, I think we need to just continue. Oh, maggots. I guess we should have worn the wreath. Didn't expect maggot water over here, but I guess that covers quite a lot of ground. So let's put on a wreath now. I think we do have to compromise a bit here and drop the reserve bind, which I forgot we had. We actually had a heal available on the reserve bind. I just forgot to use it. So I'm not accustomed to having that in store. But yeah, we want wreath and magma bell then. Really difficult to dodge these. Let's go back to the bench and redo this. And let's not forget, Cocoon's still out there in the wild. We know how to get more silk eaters if we do use ours and get back under the cap of 10. So I shouldn't be too frugal about them. Okay, good. Go down quickly. The flames still operate independently after that, so we need to watch out for those. Let's go for a cocoon first. There's definitely something up there. We can go for it, like jump this way. Well, it doesn't seem like it, but we can at least float over And try to bypass maggoty water, which luckily we're surviving just a minor touch of it. Interesting passage over here to the right. Seems like we could probably pop it and get above it or something. That's very suspicious looking that you would just have few spikes like that. Hey, it's a mask shard. We haven't seen one of these in a while. I mean, with so much left to explore in the map, that explains a lot, just given that we're still missing potentially 5 whole mask shards in the rest of the game. So this does look interesting, that you'd have this, but grappling on top doesn't give me above or anything, so maybe it's nothing. Okay. This area looks like we're kind of done with it, though. Let's just get out before we get muted by even more of that stuff. Unless there's anything else to look at over here. Yeah, let's go back down to the bench area. So it looks like we haven't found any connection points out of this zone on this side. Kind of wonder on the master map. Yeah, it looks like this is considered part of Greymoor. You see how Greymoor has now extended itself to be flush with the Underworks. So that's why Wisp Thicket is automatically mapping. It is considered part of the Greymoor zone. So it's not the last zone that we're looking for when it comes to filling the entirety of the map, which we've been aiming to do. Because there is an additional achievement left for that, and we know from Chakra that she still expects to see us in the wild somewhere. Also, as I kind of expected throughout, given our experience with Hollow Knight, the zones gradually fill out in such a way that they do become flush with each other, so that indicates to me that there is something that's probably between Greymoor and Hunter's March that we haven't looked at yet either, that something is probably worth poking around over here that somehow we haven't properly inspected. Because when you have those suspicious rectangular openings, they do have a way of getting filled. Okay. Hopefully we're not dealing with more muck at this point, since we've checked the part that extends towards Sinner's Road. So let's take the risk of taking a wreath off and putting maybe the reserve back on, which we'll try not to forget to use this time. Now, I think there's a pretty high chance of this path leading towards the flea that we're looking for. Just need to chase him down. I bet there's a boss version of these too that we'll need to take care of by the end of this zone. Oh, standing too close. Okay, so totally looked like there was more to see up there, but let's try to get up there and yeah, because it looks like there might be some kind of central opening up above. I highly suspect there is, in fact, so let's see if we can traverse that somehow by getting off that wall jump and then maybe trying to grapple over. Nope. Hang on, we just had it. Yeah, above the middle here, it really looks like that could be an opening potentially. Just over that archway. We'll see. I really do think that's traversable. Whether or not there's anything there waiting for us is, of course, a different question, but what? Well, I mean, that's something that we can look at when we map the area as well, whether there's a suspicious opening over any of these. I really do feel like that ceiling is just asking to be explored. Something else up there to collect, something with some light in it. There's gotta be some more protection we can get around here for all of this stuff. Rosary necklace. Yeah, we're likely to have to hit the bench, but then at least when we hit the bench upon a death, we'll get more of the map. Also, clean water below. That's important to know. That we're not in the maggot zone anymore. Oh, also, we have reserve bind. What am I doing? That's what we put the reserve bind on for. Specifically that circumstance. Okay. Made short work of that one. Very helpful. Again, I feel like there's definitely going to be more of the map over here. Starting with these bounce platforms that get you up here, but then I feel like there's definitely more that we can move towards on this end. Oh, that's another one. I feel like there's definitely a very high chance of an opening up there. Anyway, we'll get past these villages and see what we have on this side. So I see bells, so we must be nearing the Bellheart side. That's the other thing that we've been meaning to solve, is whether there would be a connecting passage that fills in the Bellheart map. This is a little higher than I expected for that. It does look like we're getting close to the big bell that leads up to the flea, though. But I guess when we reveal more of the map in this section, we'll have a better sense of what other passages we're missing. Oh, boss time. Must be a big version of the fire throwers. Father of the Flame. Oh, there's a big burning effigy here, I guess. I guess we tapped that all the way up top. We have to make it there first, though. Looks like there's something we can grapple on all the way up top. Oh. I think we need to go for that somehow. Nope. That's not it. Did we hit that heart there, maybe? Oh, we hit each of the nodes, I think. There we go. Okay. That's fine. We have a sense of what to do now. We just take all of those branches down, and maybe that proceeds to some kind of phase 2. Now, we'll see from the map here, there is something above the water in the middle section. In that ceiling. It might just be ceiling. But that does look suspicious that there's that little bump in the top middle of the map. Oh no, I think that was just where the passage was where we went up for the rosary necklace. Let's just skip these if we can. They take off more health than is worth it to deal with. Oh, now we're in trouble. It's okay, we still have to reserve heal, let's not forget that. That's fine. Cutscene knocks you right down. Wouldn't want to do this part without the magma bell, that's for sure. branch. Getting a little dicey here. So that takes this out. Now can we hit heart directly? It's gonna blow up here, and then what does it do? It spits fire everywhere, okay. So. Wow, that's a lot of fire. Imagine this without the magma bell. Okay, so let's think about this. We might want to do a tools change. Air dash might be good. Thread storm might also be good. Drill might be really good too, actually. Because then we can drill directly down into those nodes once we're above them instead of having to slap them repeatedly. Let's go drill. Because then we can get past that phase quickly, and the faster we get through it, the better off we should be. We'll stick with curve claw for the moment as well. I feel like injector bend might be slightly better here. Just because the healing window seems a bit tight. But that's okay, let's stick with this, and then if we feel like the healing windows are taking too long, particularly with multi-bind on by itself, then we'll try the injector bend and see what happens. It looks like this is getting off a flea, and this would make it, I think, one of the first fleas that's behind an entire named boss. Let's try to tap in enough silk for the next heal. I don't think we actually get silk off of those, really. Nope, we don't, so let's just keep going. Oh. We'll heal out of this one, then get more silk from the cocoon. Okay. So let's go for the drill strategy this time. Actually doesn't hit as hard as I would have liked. There we go. Because it didn't stay in that position for as long as I'd like. Yeah, we're in trouble. No, everything's being interrupted. We need injector band for this. The heals take too long. But I think we definitely keep both Magma Bell. And maybe we go back to Injector Band instead of the Reserve. I don't know that we're building Silk fast enough, though, but we've got to try a few things here. We need more health. For sure. We need to come in faster. Tempted to go wall cling on this as well, just to ease up on some of the positioning. Let's skip what we can, as long as we don't take too much damage. Also, we're starting to get close to that 1100 we need. With some of the rosary necklaces. I'm sure we'll get that in no time. Yeah, oh, still standing a bit close here. Problem with the drill is that it kind of holds you in position. Yeah, Injector Band helping out quite a bit here. In fact. Nope. They do track you at a certain point in your movement, so you can time your way around them. you need to be pretty accurate to do that. And we've not been accurate. Anyway, next phase, but we need silk. We need to dodge everything first. I don't know if you can parry any of it, but we'll absolutely try it. Oh, no. Good thing we had Magma Bell. Can we hit anything? Yes, you can just hit this here. Yeah, you do need to hit the core directly, but you need to dodge everything when you do hit the core between the different projectile phases. That's fine, that can be done. Still just learning it, that's all. Oh, no. Just go. There will be people who try to do a low percentage run of some sort, and... Well, I mean, after doing a low percentage run, I guess they won't come here in the first place, but I'm just saying, if they should contrive to come here without the Magma Bell, that's very much on them. We should try Thread Storm as well, to see if maybe... Yeah, you can do double Thread Storm and knock one down immediately, and maybe that eases up on some of the projectiles. Yeah, so it is very much a timing thing. Try to get around those. Okay. Getting a little better at this, perhaps. A little better. Okay. Making it out of here most of the way. We did spend a lot of that silk initially. However, on getting the double Thread Storm down, and maybe that's not the wisest thing to do here. Anyway, next phase though. So we'll dodge first, and we'll just get up to the core, and then try to wreck that thing. Whoa. No, this is getting dangerous. Oh, drill kind of goes straight through. It doesn't make contact. That's really important to know. And we just got sniped. There wasn't really a great place to go Curve Claw against this. I'm definitely wondering if maybe there's something else we could do. I wonder if the Claw Mirror is able to deflect any of the fire. It might not be able to. But we're considering a couple of different possibilities here. Yeah, so Thread Storm is great, but it does burn through a lot of silk that we need to retain for heals. And so I should stick with the drill method if I can. But drill is not that useful for phase 2 because it cuts through. I have to love the music in this zone too. Very subtle in its own way, but perfect for the kind of mood of the scene. So it is all timing, basically, except we need to not get caught by too many things. Whoop. Maybe change where we're going, change targets whenever we can. Okay. Nope, got sniped. Still have some heals available. Interrupted, as usual. Okay, doing better than usual here. Whoops, except we're still... Okay, no, never mind, I missed this one. Missed one tap on this one. So we're in quite a bit of trouble again. Let's dodge as well as we can in this phase. We have no silk to work with for heals at the moment, but if we stay grounded, actually, that works a little better in the segment here. We've actually got a fair bit of room when it comes to timing. Oh, when it projects like that, then we need to get back out when it glows. Whoop. There we go. Now let's not get hit by anything. It feels like this is going to explode. We learned a lesson from the last judge when it comes to that one. What is this? The Wisp Fire Lantern. Wisp will spawn from the lantern and burn foes at the cost of silk. Interesting. But then if it's on blue, then how do you actually use it? I guess maybe there's just this continuous stream of it, maybe. 069, you were saying they still do 2 damage with Magma Bell? I hadn't noticed that. I thought they were doing 1. But possibly they just did a ton of damage regardless of the Magma Bell. I was maybe also being hit by a couple of things at once. Anyway, this is clearly supposed to be the passage up to the flea. How come we're still not getting that? I feel like we're definitely supposed to have a way to get up there, and if we don't, then we'll try to go for the wall cling to ease up on the movements that we need to go up higher. Maybe not. Maybe on the outside? I don't know, it felt very much like this is the outside of the giant bell that we saw next to this in the Underworks, right? Like, where are we on the map? Yeah, we're right outside the giant bell that ascends to the flea. This has to be it. Or at least this is definitely the thing that we heard from the other side. But then it's that I'm in need of climbing this somehow. Let's see. Maybe we should heal up first and then back and inspect. This is exactly the spot that I thought would be the way up to the flea, but I think we need to put on a wall cling to inspect this properly. Because I could see it being some kind of massive climb. If we can figure out how to do it. Like, you can definitely get up into certain locations and press into them. We must be close. There must be something. This is so tantalizingly close to what I thought would happen. I mean, I guess this is kind of fully domed, so maybe that's cut off. But then maybe this protruding passage up here in the middle of the map will lead there. Or, of course, we could do a climb up the right side of the wisp thicket once again. And yeah, maybe it's not up the bell. Maybe it's actually just the bell was a visual clue that there's some kind of zone in here. Now that we've found a zone, that's not actually the way up. I thought you'd just go up the interior of a bell. But given the shape of the dome there, it doesn't go as high as I thought it would. We'll probably take a death here at some point and head back to the bench. Well, maybe not that deliberately, but you get the idea. So do we want to mess around with the Spire Lantern? Of course we do, just to see how it works. I think I want to go back to Spear on this, though, just because against some of the enemies we're seeing here, that's probably a little better. We'll take out an injector band for this. I mean, this is going to consume silk anyway, so we might not even get up to the heal as we'd like. Also, do we want to stay on drill? Yeah, we will. So I feel like there definitely was something that you could break open here, some kind of passage that will go up. I don't know if fire is going to be too useful against these guys that also launch fire. That's already a bit much. Let's get back here and get on the bench. That's not a passage up there. Yeah, we'll try to go up to this middle portion with the water. I think that was just this area, though. But I feel like we need to check. You see? Oh, this is definitely something. You see? Found it. There is a logic to how this game likes to hide things after a good bit of experience with it. This is interesting. Oh, this looks like craft metal. So now we have 2 pieces of craft metal for the 2 crafts that are unaccounted for at the architect. So that solves that at least. We can also play here to see what they're going to talk about. Toil no more. In dark, forgotten. Too tired, too hungry. Eat and quiet. However, this still does not resolve the problem of the flea. Although maybe when we map this out, we'll see some other clue about how this passage can continue, maybe. Let's see if they say anything else. Too tired, too hungry, and dark, forgotten. Yeah, same thing. We started the loop. Once again. Oh, this. I thought this looked suspicious. This is going to be the passage to the flea, I bet. I thought that wall looked a little off. Well, this is not aiming for me very well here. There we go. That finally hit. Flea passage has to be, whoop, pretty close. Let's be careful. Lots of these guys rolling around everywhere. Okay, good. Didn't want to mess with that too much. This goes up. Let's see what's down. Because there is a passage here. This looks like it's just shells, but that's okay. We'll take that. Not going to complain about it too much. Some ground to cover before fleas. Now this technically now counts as part of the underworks, so wonder if, okay, so there's something that we can open up there, so that's going to be worth looking at. We need to not get smashed by all this stuff, as we tend to do. Not much of a sight line here to, oh, hang on. Yeah, okay, so this is a wall. I was just about to dash to the left. That was not going to be very helpful. Nope, not fast enough. We're a long ways off from benches. Nope. This is getting a little perilous. Yeah, no, we're just going to die to that. Alright, at least we know where we're going. That is a long ways out. Let's check the map. I think we're going to change out of the lantern for the time being, though. I want to get back to injector ban. Actually, no. Given the nature of the obstacles over there, we go reserve. Because we are potentially in a situation where we don't have a way to replenish silk when we're in there. Looks like once you go up to the flea corner, then there's going to be a passage out to the right that is going to connect back to the right side where we can throw that switch and finish the shortcut through the wisp thicket. So let's go for something like that. Try to get back safely. Now let's remember that if we're low, we should actually use the Silk Eater for the first time in the game, instead of losing 1100 rosaries, like we are likely to do if we're approaching this with our usual carelessness. Oh, I should have put the wall cling back on. That's okay. That's okay. We've checked the right side. Now let's check this. Whoop. Oh, I didn't know that it kind of tracked me along a diagonal like that. Here we go. So we don't deal with it on the way back either. You know what? Let's just skip that one. Oh, no. That did not work out. Okay, hence why we wanted the reserve heal, because we actually do not have enough silk for heals at the moment. However, we do have this. Nope, there's a particular time that we need to go for here. Ah, okay, there's an opening between them. Well, that would have been useful to realize earlier. Okay, there we go. Rosaries, we'll take them. Looks like we are nearing the eventual corner. We do have heals available. And flea's gotta be close, right? I hear it. It's gotta be the last flea, yes? No achievement for it, but maybe we do need to return to Fleetopia first to see that properly close. You know what? Can I just spirit? So what we're supposed to do, we will break open a reserve at this point. No room to jump around here, though. Okay, that opens up. We need a return path to the Wisp Thicket. I don't think we do. I want to go here instead and see what else we can open up. Looks like there's even more underworks to explore. So yeah, given that we have 2 pieces of craft metal, I think at this point we also want to buy both of the remaining tools. They're the only tools that have been accounted for in shops that we've found so far. And then we can regret not having the craft metal available for something more important after the fact. Is this going to collapse on me somehow? Oh. It did collapse on me, yeah. I thought we were maybe in a safer location. That was not it. But anyway, that does open up the floor here, which is important. Let's get that guy out of here until we're ready to actually approach him. So this, yeah, is one of the passages I was checking earlier. See if we could come down towards the fleet this way. We will head towards the architect first and buy everything with craft metal, and then from there we will head back to Fleetopia and see what we can do now that we can cash in what seems like the completion of all fleas. This still doesn't resolve some of the missing spots on the map, though, so we'll need to go over some of those some more. Totally take our time with them before we do the second approach to the final boss. Oh yes, that's right. We do need to cut across to visit the architect, so we'll do that. Oh, but we'll need to spend rosaries in order to get to the architect. Do we want to prioritize that or prioritize buying the spa? That's a good question. Also, hey, how come I've only got 3 rosaries? Did we not pop the cocoon? Or did I lose the cocoon? Wait a minute, how come I only have 3 rosaries? Did I actually die before a cocoon earlier? I think I did, then. Wait, that's not right. How come we have so few rosaries? I thought I did pop the cocoon on my way over. Whoa, did we actually just lose 1,000 rosaries? That's not right. Did I actually lose the cocoon without thinking about it? I think I must have then. Okay, we lost 1,100 rosaries somewhere along the way and I didn't even think about it. I lost track of it somehow then. Because I thought specifically that when we went over to the underworks just now, over the whole passageway, I thought we had hit the cocoon. That's really curious. I need to look over the video for that later because I don't know where I lost them. I must have just lost track of my attempts somewhere. Yeah, I guess I just didn't even think about them. So I guess 1,100 rosaries just went out the window. Well, that's okay. Never mind, we're not buying anything then. Yeah, I lost track of some attempt in the middle, huh? Well, that's what happens when you're in the zone, I guess. Well, so much for buying the spa or using any of the craft metal. That's okay. It's not hard to farm up even that much. When I was kind of putting on a farming build up in the Grand Beltway, I was kind of getting about 300 to 400 per run. Even just cutting through the crickets around the Cogwork Dancers area gets you a whole ton, so... It's too bad, though. I mean, we had so much saved up. Well, someone wasn't paying attention. Where are we going? We're going Beltway to Ducts. And we'll use that to get to Fleetopia. I can't believe that. And descriptive as you're telling me Taylor Swift's album just dropped. I know this chess streamer that I follow had her title set to being like a listening party for that or something. I don't know. I also saw that a lot of the cinemas around town were kind of all booked up with a film release of the release party or something, given the massive box office success of when the Eras tour was all over the cinemas, I guess. I know nothing about Taylor Swift. Like, I think I can maybe name one song by her at most. I might recognize one or two. But let's see. We'll head over here. And we'll head over to, what was it? Yeah, the film is like a launch party concert for the album or something. I wonder how much advance notice the cinemas actually got so they could book screens accordingly. There must have been quite a lot that was under non-disclosure and in the works for a big coordinated release. Anyway, let me figure this out. What were we even doing? Putrefied ducks, yeah. I'm still sort of processing the fact that I just lost 1,100 rosaries without realizing it. About the amount that we had saved up for that spa. Oh well. These things happen. That's definitely my worst rosary loss so far in this game. And of course we were, you know, full up on Silk Eaters to get them back too. I just blanked on using them when I needed to. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess we should have put on some bile protection. That's okay. We can just get through this to the next bench. Okay. Let's roll this, and then let's see what happens when we have all fleas. Which I now think I do. Okay, he's eager to wave me over. Like he knows something has been accomplished. I'm going to talk to the other NPCs first. And, yeah, this is same dialogue as before. He's waving me over. We'll talk to him in a bit. And, well, since we couldn't afford our own spa and can't even afford this one now. You have brought them all, Bugnot Flea. My work is done and no more searching needed. Ours is a caravan full. Now my duty must change to watch to protect this new task I am looking much to liking. And what does this one say? This long lake, space is much more big here. Finally, I have some quiet from the little fleas. Okay. Let's see what we get for this. Oh, my dear friend, Miss Hornet, look at how many of the lost fleas have come. It seems even the last few stragglers are now with us. That is well, Flea Master. My travels through this land have been far and deep, and yet at almost every reach I met the friendly, inquisitive presence of your kind. You fleas have an uncommon desire for adventure, which I find admirable, even if it is seldom matched by capability. Though I am long accustomed to traveling alone, following your journey and sharing some part in its progress has been a warm thing. Much more pleasant for the fleas than what happened with the Grubfather last time too, I guess. And so happy too, have you made, we fleas. I would be honored to bestow one final gift unto you, Miss Hornet, a treasure from Fleakind's glorious past. May it mark you forever as a friend to us all. Now, is just a tool or something else? Let's see. Egg of Flealia. We have a Flea Friend achievement. Icon of the mythical mother flea passed down from caravans of old, a symbol of protection and kinship. Decreases the cost of silk skills while health is full. So, yeah, if you are topped up, then it is easier to use things like Dreadstorm. That's interesting if you want to have a really offensive build. Rather like that idea if we have the slot for it. I mean, we're not using the Magma Belt now, but we might want to put the wreath back on just because we're in this area. You know what? Let's do it. Why not? But with the base regeneration, we still can't just afford the spear right out of the box, of course. We need to move up towards that. But we can wear this for a bit and see how we do with it. Also, I still think that this spot in the top right was suspicious. I was hoping that finishing this with the fleas would give me some additional passage up to it or something, but you're welcome here always, Miss Hornet, true friend of fleas. Stay as long as you care, rest and restore. We many fleas do so enjoy your company. Okay, let's see what happens here then. So much open space that we're not using. So yeah, I still think this here is something. It's so suspicious. But we never did manage to do any kind of climb towards it. It looks like it's potentially exit only. But maybe we have a wall cling towards it. I mean, what else could this whole passage up be for, right? There's nothing else that it touches, even remotely. I just don't know if it can be entered from our side, or if it is only functional as a drop. I think if we put on wall cling, we're going to try to hug one of those walls. I haven't been able to get a wall jump off of it, though, so I don't think we're making contact. But we need to try it. Because we know there are some other passages we found in this zone that look kind of like exits. Like this totally looks like a drop from above. And we've definitely found some indications that there is something to poke into on this end of the map. It's just a matter of wondering whether this is itself also a one-way exit, or if it is something that theoretically can be traversed if we... It's in exactly the right way. Yeah, I don't see a side of the wall to cling on to, though, so... Maybe we need to find some other way to bounce something here. And, yeah, nothing else to deal with over here. Maybe something gets opened up by a quest, but we really don't know. It would be worthwhile, since we've completed something this big, to check the quest boards in the towns again, just in case we get something off of them. I really do think we're missing some kind of passage. I was so looking forward to buying that spa today, too. Well, we can always try to farm up for it, and as much as I dislike having to grind things out, particularly when we're trying to stream some new content. We also have a good number of rosaries that are beaten up at the moment. 340, 370. Yeah, not quite enough to work with, but... Oh, also, we still haven't figured out what this is. Twisted Bud. Our little buddy. Contorted mass of ashen vine. Something got burnt. So yeah, looking at this square here, so we've filled in this adjoining area with Greymore. Looking at this, I feel like it might be worth checking whether Bone Bottom extends to the right, the Marrow extends up, or Shellwood extends down. Given the pattern on the water in Shellwood, I kind of suspect it's something like the Marrow map extending up. But we haven't exactly seen how that would work. We'd have to go back to explore a couple of those locations to see if we can find some kind of connecting passage up to Belhard. I really do suspect there's something there that will do the trick. Like, this is just way too conspicuous, this missing area of the map here. Even some of these gaps here, like between Blasted Steps and Wormways, some of this looks suspicious too, like there's something begging to be hooked into. So let's get back to the Marrow, perhaps. I still think there's some way to get up here, though. I just haven't been able to find it. Again, could very well be quest locked. Could very well just be an exit from some other passage that we still have to find. But everything about this section here is just much too suspicious. Because why else would you climb up here if not to be shown this? If you're shown this, how do you get to it? We have checked the other area where we got the wreath in the first place. Might be something that wraps around from much further out. I don't know. Well, that'll be something that we'll have to work out in good time. Finding every suspicious ceiling that we can in such a zone. Like this here was never anything. Maybe there's something that we can poke into up on this side, but I mean, we've been up here many times. Oops. Oh, fell down. And fell down. Well, at this point, we might as well just continue up the long way. We're getting in a bit of trouble here, though. Oh, that got hit really hard. And then we'll need to make a safe lift at a bench, I guess. Without taking too much punishment at this point, but yeah. Lower bench might be a better idea for safety. Not this low. Maybe that upper middle area here, where the map is sticking out a little bit. Like, oh yeah, this looks like something, unless we haven't. Oh, I think we've seen this already, though. We've seen it on the other end. Hang on. Track me up a bit. Okay. But I think this is just the top of this passage that we've seen before. Then why would it send you up here unless there's a reason to come up here and possibly see something? These do come back out eventually, right? Yeah, because we've seen this bit here. It totally looks like it's breakable from the left. We've seen this thing here, which seems to be a whole lot of nothing that we haven't already seen. I was assuming that's an exit from elsewhere, but it's difficult to say exactly what form that would take when this seems to be a dead end for what was formerly shells. Yeah, we've been up here, we're just there. Feels like there's still quite a lot to discover. Okay. Let's take a look at this. We have exhausted a lot of what we can on this side. Again, I want to take care of these suspicious rectangles in the map down here. Mount Faye might have a corner to it as well, for all we know. No, we want to check the one adjoining Bellheart, which looks like it should extend up from the Marrow through one of those passages. So we'll go down to the Marrow first, I think. Maybe it'll get us the connection to Bellheart at last. Over here, looks like there might be something that sits between Greymoor and Hunter's March, but we have been back to the Hunter's March quite a few times and not found anything of the sort, so... but of course, lots of passages to check there that we would not have thought to check originally. I don't even remember what the Gilly statue over there was all about. There was an NPC there originally, I just don't remember what that interaction was. So I said we go back to the Marrow first. Just poke around there for a bit. You're at the original Belby station. And we'll put maybe injector band back on. Yeah, so here we can get back to the top. I think we had double-checked this part before in terms of looking for new exits. We hadn't found anything. But we hadn't really gone back to check this very thoroughly. Look at this massive skull gate on the left. That's something new. I actually wonder if we can play needle in here and open this up or something. I hadn't even thought about this gate to the left before, actually. I wonder if it can be opened. I feel like this is potentially a needle in thing. We can do it. Nope, doesn't react to that. I wonder if there's a way to get open or anything else. I mean, it's just a decoration, I guess, of this tribe, but that's something, as far as the visual feature goes, that I just hadn't really paid attention to previously, and so maybe there's something to it here. something to this whole sequence that we just don't remember, not having not been here since very early in the game, so it does make it a natural candidate for exits we were previously unable to consider. Like even up to the top corner here, maybe? Nope. Yeah, this looks suspicious. In its own way. Well, let's dance around here some more, just in case. This looks like there's a passage, or at least an area on the top right that we might have not fully considered previously. We'll check it. This looks like it was something. But we've already broken what we can here. Yeah, I think we had gone back to check everything here, but yeah, we had collected something here previously. I see Silk and I play. Nope, nothing to revive. And in the air, the water everywhere inside her shell, twisted inside guts. Titus round heart, pulsing rhythm, sick, alive, dead, something worse. Deeper, must look deeper. So yeah, we've been here before. We've read that again, in fact, fairly recently, I think. So if there is some kind of Bellheart passage, it does not look like it will be here. I think we had checked that other area in the top right previously as well, but maybe it behooves us to take a second look. Anything here? Not that we had seen. We got a few meager rosaries at least. Yeah, we come down here to this guy before, but I don't think there was anything beyond that. We've been through all of this many times as well. Yeah, we've definitely been back here to check a few times, but we'll keep an eye on these ceilings just in case something was missed. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, we can't really progress through any additional passages that we haven't seen. Well, there are two options. How do we farm for the spa to see if that does anything interesting other than just give us a spa? Or we finally go for that trap interaction on the final boss. The Bellheart climb goes this way. That we'd seen countless times. I do still wonder if there's more to this than meets the eye. Maybe some kind of passage even coming all the way from Mossholm through the center here, similar to how the Wisp Thicket was kind of inserted in that area. That might be worth checking. I still think there's some potential for some area here between Weave Nest Atla and the Deep Docks. But of course there's a lot there that we just still haven't figured out because of the situation with the diving bell. Okay, I guess we'll just go back up to Bellheart. That's the most direct way out. I'm sure we pretty much checked everything here. Right, we also wanted to go back to Songclave to check the quest board at some point in case the quest board does something to react to. The flea collection. We had already seemed to do so already once. Then Chakra's over there still. Any new interaction? No more items to trade yet. Well, in that case, I want to check the Mossholm location just to be perfectly diligent about this. Would have been faster to go from the Marrow side, but that's okay. So yeah, last time we were here would have been for the Gourmand quest. See, this is new. We found something already just from coming here right away. This just opened up this passage where we found something. Oh yeah, that's right. We actually have a new collectible that we should cache in the relic shop in Bellheart. This was where we found one of the other relics on the way down previously from dropping towards it, so opening up this passage doesn't do anything new for us here. Traps. Let's watch out. Oh, I knew it was a trap. We sprung it anyway. But yeah, definitely we should still look out for more locations like that. In this part of the map, there clearly is potentially more to look at. some rosaries to collect. We should keep that in mind. Grab what we can. Well, nothing much to look at here. And this is just where there is some brew. I don't think there's anything beyond that. We don't really have more berries for her. Whoop! Oh! You actually can't just sit there in the brew. Well, now we know. Beat, beat, beat. In coral and shell. The whirls of rhythms. Beating, beating. Beat, beat, beat. Well, I guess we opened one new door here and got absolutely nothing for our trouble. This is something. This looks new. No, we're still on the familiar part of the map. This, however, looks potentially like something. Maybe we came here long ago and just didn't remember. Collect something here. A signal that you're close to where the bells begin. Yeah, I don't remember what we had here once, but clearly it's been checked. Okay, and then this goes back to where we were long ago in the Marrow. Right, at this point, let's proceed somewhere else. We'll check Belhart first to turn in the relic. Or maybe we should do that a little later once we've had a chance to farm up some rosaries again. So actually, let's go back to Songclave to see if there's anything new in Songclave upon having completed the fleas. Because that's the most recent quest board that seems to activate in response to new accomplishments. No, nothing new, but what we can do is, because we're right next to where the crickets are, try this. Let's go back to Architect. Descriptive is, have I sparred with my friends? Yes, we had the duel with Chakra, I think, I want to say 2 streams ago? Maybe 1. 2, I think. Yeah, and we did that in Greatmoor and got her added to the logbook. Is the reward nothing? The reward, as far as I can tell, is that you get her on jury in the Hunter's Journal. Let me see if I can find it somewhere in here. I have to recognize all the bugs by faces. Maybe the friendly ones are in their own section up top. This is a lot of bugs, actually. I don't think I realized quite how many we'd gotten through. Anyway, she's in here somewhere. trying to look over this carefully, somewhat. No, those are just cogwork. Ah, here she is. Okay, chakra. Yeah, so we added her to the book. That's the thing. We still don't have a completion tracker for the book. Unlike Hollow Knight's postgame, which is this game's way of telling you that the credits that we've seen so far really, really don't count. Okay, what we were doing here, Bard Bracelet and Thief's Mark. So that's for farming as much as possible. There's probably something else we can do to improve the damage output on this as well, but we'll figure this out. I think this will do. Let's take down some of the crickets. Oop. Next level up. Because they go down relatively quickly once you... Oh, okay. Whoa. Bad idea. Double damage on that. Okay, never mind. That was way too risky. Yeah, it didn't account for how they would hit me for 4 at a time. Thought we were going to be so fancy here too, trying to get some money off of it. Oh yeah, no, that totally hit me. And hit me again. Yeah, so 4 masks at a time. Yeah, okay, maybe we shouldn't do a risky farm off of these. They drop so much money though, so I thought we'll just poke them and we'll get like 100 piece off of them. Descriptive is you need maggots be gone. Yeah, we have that. This thing here, Wreath of Purity. Very impactful upgrade, as you can imagine. There we go, you see, and then... Yeah, they drop about 50 at a time, I guess. I feel like it's a bit too risky to be worth it. You can get more off some enemies that are easier to hit. Then just 3 hits, and then you can get a ton of cash off of them, so... It is quick, you just need to be careful. Because you just clear this row and then you farmed up a whole ton of cash at once. Oh, those are coming out to play too. There we go. Yeah, as long as you kind of hit and run, the crickets are a very quick farm. You can't believe I'm pointy? Yeah, that's what the architect does. Architects like to play that way, apparently. We should heal up. I always said we should heal up. There go the rosaries. Okay. I should have exited that room to heal up. Well, I guess we'll poke everything again. And... Yeah, this is way too high risk as a way to farm. Oh. It's okay. As long as we can make it back to the cocoon safely, we're alright. There we go. Very quick. If cautious. Nope. Not cautious. We better do this. Okay. Let's grab the other cocoon. And heal up on the silk. Oops, missed it. We'll probably just die at this point. Not standing too close. Yeah, the tools are very good. As long as we don't whiff on all of them. Oh, and this one's just gonna swipe me from behind. Okay, never mind. This is a way too fussy a way to try to farm cash. We should do it in the easier spot down by the Grand Bell way. But anyway, let's do this one more time to go for the cocoon. See, we're only doing this in the first place because I accidentally lost 1,100 rosaries earlier in the stream before you came in. And there we go. Oh, and then missed everything. Missed all the things that was supposed to drop. By accidentally exiting the door, so much for that one. There we go. Much better. I was thinking this would be such an easy farm because they drop so many rosaries at once. And it is an easy farm if you actually pay attention and play well. And stay nice and pointy. Get straight to the point. Whoops. No, oh, I lost it all. I didn't make it to a cocoon. Yeah, that's what happens when you get for it. Most of the time. We're burning so much time on doing this and we actually just lost everything, so... Anyway, let's get back to the cocoon safely, and then let's get out, and then let's farm this area properly. Farm a different area, rather, too. Not run into so much trouble. Because our net gain has been more or less zero. All the mishaps that we had along the way. Book the next one once, and then try to get heal off of it as soon as we can. Now they follow you all the way. We better just get out. Lure it up, maybe. Oop. Okay, that's better. We want to heal up first. How many Silk Eaters do I have? I've got 10. I'm completely capped. I just forgot to use them. Because I'm not in the habit of using them. Because I always think we'll save them for a rainy day when we really need to recover tons of rosaries. And then, of course, the one time I needed to recover 1,100, I didn't even remember that I had a cocoon at risk. So yeah, over the course of the game, I'm sure we lost like several thousand rosaries, but that's what happens. I had a much worse loss in Hollow Knight, I think. The first time I played it. Lost several thousand of currency in that game. Okay, we got some of this back. Our dignity, not so much, but some of the rosaries did in fact return. Yeah, you see, it's such a quick farm when you do it accurately. Just do 3 hits. Oop, 3 hits, I said. Just do a hit and run. And it's so simple. But of course, we just had to make a hash of it. Anyway, we're going to go back, and I'm going to pick the easier location that's down by the Grand Bellway. Hollow Knight does have a bank. I do remember that. We eventually settled our score with the banker, let's just say. You know what I'm talking about. But no, the thing I'm talking about happened long before we ever got to the bank. Or used it. I mean, I like the system here, the rosary necklace system, where you just pay a certain premium for security. I feel like it's a really great system in this game, actually, that you can choose to sacrifice a bit of income for protecting your gains. Yeah, Descriptivist, the bank toad in Super Mario Galaxy 2 is apparently gone, which means that the 9999 star bit requirement for unlocking the final level, which was always kind of an unfortunate encumbrance, I believe that should also be gone. I have not acquired or played the new part yet, but it would make sense for that to be the case. So yeah, the Bellway area here, some of the Coral Chambers areas too, they drop tons of rosaries. Yeah, Galaxy 2 was the first time they really kind of did the final exam super level, which was in that case the Grandmaster Galaxy Perfect Run. One of the really notable events in Super Mario history. It's the thing I've been looking forward to every time ever since, whenever the Tokyo team that is in charge of 3D Mario has something new to release. Because, you know, there's, what, 8 crown, or is it crown in, I think it's 8 crown in 3D Land, and then there's Champions Road, which is really the one that tops them all, really, in many ways, in 3D World. You got Long Journeys in Odyssey, Mummy Me, Maze Forever, and Captain Toad, which is something that does belong in the conversation. It's sometimes forgotten. And of course, the finale in Donkey Kong Bonanza as well. But they've started to ease up on these over time, though. I feel like the final levels kind of peaked with Champions Road, but the Grandmaster Galaxy Perfect Run in Galaxy 2 will always kind of have a special place in my heart when Nintendo realized that this was a significant and meaningful thing they could do with their in-game content. Yeah, the full Captain Toad game is great. It becomes more reflex-oriented and less puzzle-oriented as you go along, which I found a little bit surprising. But the final level in that game is kind of like a video game in itself. I don't want to spoil too much about it. But it's kind of like its own arcade game. Yeah, this is a much better farming spot. We can even do a delivery quest or something we want. I just want to go for that spot. We might not even go for all the craft metal stuff below. Although maybe that might be worthwhile. To eventually go for the All Tools achievement. So yeah, we're mostly just going to mess around a little bit and procrastinate on the boss rematch, which we will do later in this stream, for sure. And yeah, if we take the Coral Chambers end, that's right next to a bunch of enemies that we can farm up easily as well, I think. So, also, let's make sure we took this bench as our most recent one. But yeah, when we were doing the meat slicing and preparation quest, whatever that was called, the organ harvesting quest, we used this spot in the Grand Bellway because It was extremely convenient for just poking everybody and doing it quickly. But there are a couple of really good farming spots here. Again, we wouldn't have needed to do this if I were paying attention earlier in the stream, when we lost a huge amount of rosaries that we did. Yeah, see, these go down so quickly. That's an easy 50 or so. That alone. These don't give rosaries, but they do deal damage, so we need to watch out for them. Yeah, they just go down so quickly when you've left your damage completely. And it's just one nice flat run over, so. Yep, and 2 hits, and that takes care of that guy. And you got this whole corridor that goes back across, and that's even more to work with. And look at that, we're already back up to 700 or so. Like when we started the stream. Whoops, let's not take damage though, because even environmental damage does deplete your bank. When you've got the thing I'm wearing. Oh, that actually took me down by about 20, unfortunately. And luckily we have our friend here to help out. Our friend the robot. Okay, lost some rosaries on that end, unfortunately. Then we just drop back down here and farm these up some more. Yeah, this little run here just gets you so many rosaries at once. Just a few hundred per circuit. Might not even be the most efficient spot, too. But yeah, so it's no big loss when you think about how quickly you can get them back. Doesn't actually even that much of a farm do this. Because we can just, you know, go back to Coral Chambers and do this little circuit again. We actually have enough now when you consider the rosary beads that we have. In terms of getting the spa down in Belhard. But since I said I'd do one more circuit, let's just do it. Because it's easy. Just need to hit the charging ones before they hit you, of course. And watch out for this one here. Yeah, it just comes so quickly. Oh, yeah, this one we need to leave more room for. We keep forgetting. We can't quite beat its initial charge. Oh, this actually goes down to the whiteboard. That's not what we were looking for. We wanted to go up here first. Oops. I think there's probably more up here that we can just poke quickly as well before we run it back in. Yeah, let's just drop over here. So yeah, luckily no big loss in time then. if we need to farm Rosary again later at some point, then we know the place to do it. Oh, whoops, that was a mistake. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so really no big loss. In the end, once we turn into Relic in Belhard, then we'll also be well over the line for the spa. Oh, as long as we don't take too much damage along the way, like we just almost did. Okay. Let's get the spa. Maybe after switching out of this again. Do a more familiar setup and then we'll go. Well, since we're doing this, we might as well go for the craft metal purchases in the other place anyway. I think that's the only thing that I remember still unaccounted for in terms of the shops. And who knows, there might be some final purchase after this as well. Let's buy at a spot and see what happens to our home. Is it fully decked out yet? Maybe, maybe not. Find out. Yeah, nothing left for now, but previously some things were seemingly locked behind more courier quests. Letopia supplies. We have not done that yet, and we should, because we have not accomplished that objective, and when we do, it might give me something new. So we'll take it, but once we have taken the time to see what is up here. So this is the spa. I think it just gives you full silk like every spa does. In that case, we should save the relics for later, because we will want to come back to check this place anyway after we have finished the Fleetopia quest. Now, let's find out the route first. This could be interesting. That's a lot of territory to cover. Now, previously we have done the whole passage up to Songclave. This is why it was important to try to find some kind of connecting passage over to the lower area in Putrefied Duck, so we don't have to deal with the long run across it. Because we're not doing the Biowater climb. That's out of the question, I think. Way too dangerous. But we have previously taken the lower path up to the Grand Bellway for the Songclave delivery. In theory, we can continue through Memoriam and Putrefied Ducks instead. I would like to find a better passage for this, but I'm not convinced we'll get one. So let's do it, but... Yeah, because it seems like every time you do one of these, it does give you something new to buy for the house. It does take a few points of damage. We'll just need to be very, very careful because we need to make it past Enclave and then make it even further along. It totally looks like there should be a lower connection point to Putrefied Ducts, but we just don't see it. And there's a lot that can hit you along the way. Well, that gives me something to work on at least. So let's see if we can run that up. Now, do I want to change what we're doing here? Yeah, we'll stay on Longclaw for sure, I think. Just because that makes a certain amount of sense. Actually, the egg also makes a lot of sense because we'll try to stay on full health for as long as we can. We will eventually need to switch some of this over to Wreath. Actually, no, we want to switch this over to Wreath now because we will have a passage over the Pardon Sinners Road. We'll take off Multibind because, again, we don't want to take much damage anyway, so let's do it this way instead. Just wondering if there's something else we should be doing here. Okay. In that case, let's do the long delivery. Previously, we did take the Greymoor path. We now know about this other path going up, but I think we definitely don't take it given how hazardous it is to get through Wisp Thicket, as we discovered when we lost all those rosaries. So, yeah, same idea. Exhaust Organ path up to the Citadel looks best. Oh, and there we go. We blew part of the delivery already. You know what? No, let's just replace it. We shouldn't just run into the first thing we see. The first wall that we see. Okay, can I drop the quests? I mean, I guess the easiest way to drop the quest is just to take fast travel and blow it. Let's just blow up the item and redo it from scratch because, yeah, it makes no sense to do it a point down at the very beginning. Nope, wrong way. Okay, let's do it. About as long a run as can be. As long as we don't carelessly smash into anything, we should be alright. Here, we'll take the upper path. Not here yet, in the next room. Oh. You know what? That's fine. We'll just go. And we've done this a few times, having done the Songclave leg of the delivery before. So the various trouble spots should not be a surprise at this point. Here, as long as we just strategically avoid the enemies, this room isn't too bad at all. And this part of the climb can get a little bit riskier. Oh, like I said, a little bit riskier. Oh, already taking way too many hits. Yeah, this one I'm always a little worried about. Well, that's 2 hits already. That's not looking good for the rest of the run, but we'll see what we can do. Nope. Yeah. No. We're taking too many hits. Let's just blow it. Let's just blow it. That was kind of terrible. Okay. Also, I guess we'll need to find a safe way down. That's not a safe way down. Let's heal. I mean, there's a bench that's nearby. Oh yeah, I also took off multi-bind. I just remembered. That's okay. We'll just go back to Greymoor and try again. From Bellheart. And Alexa in the chat, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, let's just get back through some of these. Chilling with Silksong, you're saying is the best thing for the night owls, rather, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. That goes for the players as well. Whoa. We were just in the middle of a career quest. Blew it way too early. But yeah, just doing a little bit of post-game cleanup here and there. I mean, we've only seen one ending so far, and it was clearly not really an ending. But there's quite a lot that I'm clearly missing, and so we've steadily figured out what that is and discovered a few missing pieces one by one. Okay, let's not make such a total hash out of it this time. Almost just ran into that platform again. How long have I been here streaming on Twitch? Oh, on and off for about 5 years. Not continuously. I've had some lengthier periods of absence in between. And most of that following came from the headier days of Mario Maker when it was a little more active. And when I was a little more active in it as well. So we haven't really been growing the channel recently, but I mostly stream to kind of record things and keep a record of what I'm playing anyway, so I'm not too concerned about that. But it's still nice to have a somewhat stable community of regulars who come by every now and then. Yeah, there was a time when we were a lot more consistent about streaming, and that was when we had a nice period of growth, doing lots of puzzles and playtesting in Mario Maker, mainly. And, oh, we came in one entrance too low. Let's go up. But certainly if we ever make some concerted effort to properly grow the channel again, we'll find a project like that that we can commit to that's a little more community-oriented. In the meantime, though, I'm quite happy to just spend a lot of time patiently playing through the releases that do interest us here. Look how we've just been having a blast for Silksong over the course of the past month. Still seeing some of the chakra rings just scattered all over the place. Oh. No, that's a bad spot to be in. Just got totally trapped there. Yeah, 06i is true. I'm consistently running at a bad time for everybody. In the earliest days of the channel, ran at a bit of a friendlier time for people, but that just kind of became impractical for me for various reasons. So yeah, sometimes we're on more often depending on the game that we're getting through. And again, it's nice to have conversation with regulars who are very accustomed to the kind of blunders we make around here. Okay, so this mod over here gets you through the exhaust organ area to the works. That's what we wanted. Taking way too many hits, though. I mean, usually it's in this section that we start taking some casual damage around corners. We already have only 2 points remaining, which is not great. But I expected this to take a few attempts, so... This one particular wall jump around spikes here that I kept taking damage on last time when we were doing the Songclave run. Not this one here, it was Another passage closer to this side, I think. Yeah, one of these ones. This bit down here, in fact. Also, yeah, we have the wall cling. I should remember to actually use it. Okay, so past Phantom's room here, and then we just need to not get squished by the lift. You're asking, do I usually play Hollow Knight or play some other games? I actually never streamed the original Hollow Knight. I played it a few times before, but originally I played it before I ever had a capture card, and my most recent replay was also off-stream. The main thing we do on and off is Super Mario Maker, but also lots of other side-scrollers especially, occasionally some strategy and tactics games, and a good number of major new Nintendo releases, since I'm really just streaming off the Switch 2 for the most part with occasional PC content. We try to do word games as well. I don't do as much as I used to, but we've been getting some Scrabble back in the stream from time to time. Because that's a game where I normally play tournaments offline, actually. But there isn't much video content for it, and so that's been something fun to do when I can actually get the time together to run a stream of it. Okay, so we need to be careful about it here. This was our farming spot earlier, but we no longer have the double damage from everything we're using. Oh, no, and then look at that. Courier's flag destroyed. That's... okay, I guess we're redoing it. I mean, this was a really sloppy run anyway, so... no harm done. I think there's more of an initial learning curve than Hollow Knights, but I also feel like we've had a mix of some trickier and easier fights along the way. Like, I feel like the difficulty has kind of evened out over time. And of course, there's still a lot for me to do, but I don't feel like it's been really that noticeably harder than some of the peaks of the first. Like, there's nothing I've seen so far that has passed what, say, Colosseum 2 was. There have been maybe one or two long runbacks, but most of the boss distances have actually felt shorter, I found. The two that were a bit of an obstruction for a while were the one up to the last judge, and the one, of course, up to Grohl in Bilehaven, although that's because we took a long time trying that various ways before we actually found the strip bench on the way. But the fights themselves have been pretty manageable. It's just a whole lot of reading, really. Where are we going? Oh yeah, Belbeast back to Belhard to pick it up again. So yeah, we finished all the fleas today. We just had that one last flea remaining, which we obtained earlier in today's stream, and then at some point today we'll be going back to the final boss. I don't know if you've already seen the whole game or if we're spoiling too much, but if you're content to watch the game, then I'm sure you've seen everything. Now let's see here. Although it's been nice to kind of get into the game nice and early within the first month or so, and have everybody get into this blind and not have a lot of reputation attached to it, not a lot of meta knowledge up in the air. I mean, I guess there is by now, but I haven't looked anything up. We've just been proceeding within our one little isolated sphere of information, as we usually do. Zero 06I, you miss playing Silksong every day. Did you actually get up to 100%, or did you just hit a point of completion that you found satisfying? I also miss playing Silksong every day, but of course, yeah, we were doing that for the first week or two, I think, and then I did have to slow down a little bit just because of a lot of other things going on. But yeah, this has been a big game in a subtle way, right? Where, I mean, it felt like Hollow Knight did the first time, where Hollow Knight, the first time you play it, it feels absolutely gigantic. The first time I played Hollow Knight, I think I didn't even discover the hive. Like, I saw it on the edge of the map, and I never found the entrance there. And so there were entire zones like that I was missing. Here we know, due to achievements and due to Chakra telling me there's more, that we're still missing a zone that's a mappable zone somewhere on my map, even after 80-something hours. And we'll want to discover that ourselves, of course. And so it's funny because, you know, this game has been, with the time we've put in, easily twice as big as the original game, but it actually hasn't felt that much bigger to me subjectively, because the original had a way of feeling even more overwhelming than it was at the time that I played it. And so it kind of feels like the pace of the original Hollow Knight, in spite of the fact that we've actually put in double the time of what my first playthrough in that game was. What's the biggest difference between Silksong and Hollow Knight? I talked about this a little bit on my last stream, but it is the fact that there is substantially less of the kind of hard Metroid-style gating behind power-ups and movement abilities that it was in the first game. At least it seems so. So the first Hollow Knight, I think, was very notable because it had that mix of things that were locked behind abilities and things that were just difficulty checks where you could unlock optional paths just by being good enough to take down mini-bosses or enemy sets that were supposed to be too hard for you at the time, and which discourage you from going on without actually blocking you. It seems like Silksong was substantially designed around that principle, that most of the gates here are not actually ability or movement gates. They are actually, for the most part, challenge and combat gates. And that this game leaned much further in that direction. It might just feel that way because the map is so much bigger, and so you have a much longer span of time between things that improve your character's progression when it comes to movement. But it certainly feels like it's much less oriented around hard locks and much more around, you know, you can go where you want if you have the guts and the skill to do it. And I found that to be a very noticeable shift in that direction, even though, of course, the original Hollow Knight was well known for already doing that, much more than most other games in the genre. And we do, in fact, have a Discord if you want to keep up. And also, I migrated my video archive over to YouTube earlier in the year when Twitch was no longer willing to host everything. But yeah, for the most part, you know, I get on stream when I can. Oh, there's our first hit, and there's our second. Okay, this is embarrassing. This is way too early to be taking this so much damage on this run. On such an unassuming enemy that previously never gave us trouble, too. Definitely found the tools controls in this game to be the biggest learning curve. But we eventually got there. We eventually got those in a comfortable spot. Okay, bad start to this run though, so I'm not expecting great things. Let's get out of here before we get projectiles to the face. Actually, yeah, you know what? Let's just hit him that way. That's way better. Single spear to the face in those guys. That works best. Oh, not so much with this one. Just get them out of the way. Get that one out of the way with a single spear. That works well, actually. So we're refining some of the methods on this part of the climb. Let's just not get hit by too many things here. This one, we'll just let him get out of the way and we'll saddle our way up. Oh, whoa. How do we miss that one? That was kind of terrible. In a totally safe location. So yeah, too many little mistakes here and there that we really can't afford. We'll have to be extra cautious the rest of the way. We're just gonna miss every time here. Here we go. We're full up on shards, so we can afford to do that. We'll just load them on the bench again. And open up. Yeah, this was the bit where we could see Lace's origin. Actually, let's watch it again because if it'll display it for me now that we learned more about how Lace eventually was put together. And yeah, Lace on the right. Was that Widow on the left, actually? In the glass, maybe. Yeah, let's be careful. I've taken a lot of needless hits here before, so... Patiently take the wall climb. And patiently take this so we don't drop the lift on our head again, like we've done way too many times. And in this segment here, then we'll work our way back up to the bellway as before. We can take it patiently since we have the wall climb on. Okay, now let's be really quite cautious here, and we're full health, so the spear is even more useful than it usually should be. And the flyers are actually one of the ones I'm a little more worried about. Now that no longer double damage here. Okay, let's just be really, really careful. Oh, we should have gone cogflies actually to really take these out of the distance. Oh, no. That was way too much harm done. Yeah, the supplies take a pretty big hit too. We're down to one remaining hit on supplies. So, not really expecting to make it, but we'll do what we can. Okay, good. Oh, forgot that we no longer had a double damage. Ooh, close one. We need something that'll assist a bit with this climb. Or at least a way to go around these a little more elegantly. For error at this point, so those deflect rather well. There we go. Barely dodged that. Spent way too much ammunition, but that's okay. We'll finish the climb. And see if we can remain undamaged until that point. And then past Sunclave, we've got so much more to do. Supergrass, what do we need? Oh, forgot that it does that move. Let's try to not have it drop on me. And just poke it from below. Put up a lot of silk in the meantime for more of our weaponry. Yeah, the ones that spew projectiles all over the place later on are the ones I'm worried about once we get into putrefied ducts. Now there's a little more to get through here before we're free. We just try to go around these to the left and then up immediately. Like, try to bait it a little bit. There we go. There we go. Just have to take it very patiently here. And oh yeah, we probably don't want to take the cricket path. That's going to be unnecessarily risky. Let's just not get blown up by any events here and then take it this way instead. Okay, made it as far as Enclave. Still got a long ways to go. Because at this point, what is our path? We actually wanted to go back to Oh, we shouldn't have come over here. We should have gone up to top segment because I wanted to go Memoriam over to the right. That's okay. Then let's just go back through this passage. Yeah, I forgot that we wanted to go Memoriam, but that's okay. I was going for the Songclave bench anyway. Descriptivist, what is the caretaker saying? The caretaker's not here because we have the caretaker on special duty for a quest is up here, and we so thereby talked to the caretaker last time, expecting that there will be a new interaction in the Grandmother Silk fight when we get back to it. So, anyway, let's try to do the Memoriam path. We need to be very careful. Let's get back over this way. Again, don't want to do the cricket path. That's going to be way too fussy. Okay. Oh, it followed me in. That was not great. That was almost a problem. Didn't expect it to follow me. That would have been a terrible way to go. Oh, we also took the bench, so we have to deal with these guys again now. That's okay. Okay, yeah. Next time we do this run, we go directly to the Memoriam. Don't need to do that diversion over to Songclave. And now we just make it over to the upper exit to the ducks, and then we'll have to be pretty careful from there. Because there's a lot that can hit us from this side as well. Okay. Don't really remember what else we had to watch out for here. This one we'll just skip. These ones we'll just skip. Whoa. This one we skip over. Yeah, that's the main risk factor here. That could totally blow the whole mission. Totally forgot about that guy, actually. Now, what was it up here? It's up this passage. And then here, I think it's just a straight run across. I don't remember that there was anything else here that we need to be concerned about, but I could always be wrong. I actually wonder if there was anything up here. Now is really not the time to check, but like if we try to get up on top of there. Yeah, I don't think that's really climbable, but it might be worth checking. We can eventually get on those spikes. Anyway, I don't remember if there is anything that responds here for us to fight anymore. I don't think so. Oh yeah, there is. Okay, so we need to watch out for those. I don't think I realized. We just need to run for it. And just leave them behind. Oh. Okay, I didn't realize that we actually have to deal with all this. Okay. This is a lot to get through. I don't think this has been a very effective path. Okay. And the big one. Oh, nope. Okay, there we go. That's the end of the supply run. Yeah, I didn't realize there was so much that would spawn here. Okay, let's complete the path anyway. So that way we know what the risks are in this route. Let's just try to get across damageless. Maybe. Not all the way to Fleetopia, but at least over to the Bellby Station. Okay. Just so we know what the trouble spots are going to be. Yeah, because you take the top path, and that's relatively safe as long as you get through these with the harpoon, so you don't get caught. And if you go all the way along the top path, that's the easiest way to do it. I mean, if I'm here, I might as well scout the path to Fleetopia, but no, let's just get out. We can regret it later. So we have most of it mapped out. We know what the risks are. Definitely in the passage over to Putrefied Ducks, we need to work on that. I actually wonder if it might just be easier to do the water climb. I feel like that's a bad idea, but with the double jump and everything... No, that's still a terrible idea. I think that's still a terrible idea. Given how much trouble we've always had with that. Way too many issues. All the traps and everything. As well as new enemies that spawn in the section now with some of the other Stilkins that come out. Places that they didn't used to. Okay, first of all, this is what we're going to do. We are going to... Whoops. Come up here and get to the spa. Which will, of course, load up on Silk. Rather quickly at that. We're pretty much never going to use the drill. We should actually turn that into another long-range weapon. Either conch cutters or actually conchflies. I was thinking throwing ring, conch cutter, or conchfly, but I think we go conchfly because then you can play a bit of keep away and let them chip the enemy down instead. Okay, let's redo it. Getting slightly better at it, maybe. We got further. We took a lot of needless damage on the way up. That should be avoidable for future attempts. And we'll try it all again. And next room we go up and try to traverse all the way across. Oh. Didn't manage to get him. There we go. Almost stood too close there. Okay, let's not hit these little guys. Particularly not after we go up the lift. Right here. Nope. Yeah, grappled into it. That was unfortunate. I thought I was going to get over it if we did that, but that was miscalculated, and so that's 1 point of damage already. We take the passage that lets all the dwellers stay dormant. Also, we're not at full health, so we don't get the bonus to our silk tools. So we'll want to fix that up when we can. Oop. Never mind the rosaries, it's not the priority right now. We might want to bench up here though to get full up on masks. Since there is a reason to do that. Oh, except that it respawns everything, as we once again forgot. Yeah, just punch it down this way, good. Whoop, just point the right way for these. Oh, dropped in a little low, that was an unfortunate point of damage again, so getting a little rough here already. We really do want to be perfect out of this segment. Ideally, we make it all the way to Grand Bellway without taking any damage. We should be able to. We've done it before. Once again, we'll hit the bench here so we get the mask back. You know what? Let's just go Cockfly against this one. There we go. 4 hits on it. That's probably how we'll manage the area getting across to the putrefied ducks as well. Okay. No. Same spot that we had trouble with so many times before. And so down to 2 points. Well, next area will need to be perfect. Let's see what we can do here. Tempted to go for the double damage in and out just for this segment, since we can't afford to take hits anyway. Might as well kill everything quickly, but... You know... We're gonna do it. We can't afford hits anyway, so let's... see, barred bracelets... Oh, that's on yellow though, isn't it? So we can do it. We can leave Wreath on, even though we don't really need it for this section, I guess. We can consider what else is usable here. Wallet pouch might actually be good. And once we get up to the Memoriam bench, then we can switch it back, if we remember. The risk is that I don't remember. I better do it. Yeah, good. Okay, we'll put a mob to the one. Poison cogflies. Good. Pretty efficient. Catch him before he drops. That's the way. Catch him before he wakes. That's also the way. Yeah, take him out remotely. That's the best. This is working out nicely. It's expensive in terms of shards, but we're full up on shards anyway, so it really does not matter. Okay, good. Even got a good refund of silk there. Okay, good. Right, I like the poison cogfly approach actually. Okay. It's one of the better times we've had doing this climb. And the question is, how much do we switch back to? With the Memoriam, definitely we need a Wreath back because we're going to be entering a maggot zone pretty soon. I mean, if we're not supposed to take damage anyway, maybe the maggots don't matter too much. But they do, because it kills my ability to use silk. I don't know. Still kind of want to use Longclaw in this, but I like the poison cogfly, so let's just do this instead. And then we'll see what we can do. Good. Now the big guy who charges at us, we need to watch out for him. Also, do we stay on the barbed bracelet? I actually don't know if we do, because we can't afford to double damage at this point. It was more to get through the climb area because there was so much of an obstruction along the way. I think we need to take that off. And put it back on Shard Pendant or something. Or actually put it back on Ascendant's Crypt. Because that'll help with the exit to Putrefied Ducts. Yeah, this area. Just leave. And then out the top corner. Okay, now this area we need to watch out for. Let's get Cogflies up and running so they can take aerial enemies. Don't be worrying about them. Good. Take them out remotely one at a time. And that way we clear plenty of space. I don't see the big one. Hang on. Oh, burning too much silk here. Let's go down a little bit. There we are. Okay. Cogflies didn't follow me in here, but we're not worried about that yet, I don't think. So the trick to this part is to not get caught by the traps. Oh, that was nearly a problem. Yeah, we harpoon through whenever possible. Oh, no. Oh, and that destroyed it. Bad angle on the dash. So close. Not all the way here. That's okay. We worked out a lot of methods for doing this. One bad jump there was all it took to kill it. Yeah, we shouldn't have gone for that forward diagonal on that. That was too dangerous. Very reckless. Well, we'll try it until it sticks. We're getting closer. We'll do it. And we'll fill up on silk as well, since we're here and we can. We're depleting the shards a little bit now. Okay, once again. Okay, at this point we take the upper path once again. Oh yeah, we don't have the long nail back, so we need to Or do I? Yeah, no, I did take it off. Need to watch out for that. Let's just go like this. Doesn't cost that much silk anymore anyway. Now let's not be careless with things like the harpoon. Once we do get to the upper level here. Yeah, we just skip this one and go around it. For once getting this far in good shape. Here we'll go spear against this guy before he becomes a problem. Okay, and then the next one will go spear as well, I think. Let's not take needless damage in this section. That was way too close. Okay, a lot cleaner so far, but obviously lots of room for mistakes. We're not very precise about it. You know what, we'll just skip this one. It's a nuisance, but one that we can outrun. This bit here, we always need to watch out. Specifically this jump. And the one following, this one here. There we go. Careful on the lift. And if we can make it to ground bellway with no damage so far, that's a significant improvement. And we'll try to go for the cogfly strategy to get past the flyers in that room. And we probably will go back to double damage again for that parts, just to swipe everything quickly. Okay, do we need to replenish resources here? Well, we do want to change the spec momentarily. Probably get back on Longclaw for this as well, actually, just to have a bit more generous attack range. And this way we'll try to one-shot everything we can. extra careful. Oh, that's not extra careful. That's missing everything. Okay, we can get these two going. We just stay out of range. Better spear this one before he causes trouble. Good. With that taken out remotely, we'll go for this one next. So, perfect so far up to Memoriam. That's a very positive sign. Good. Okay, now that we're up here, still doing alright. Let's do a bit of reconfiguration. Barb bracelet can come off here, I think, and then we'll go back to shards, in fact. I think, or... No, we still want to climb. We still want to climb for sure. Too many specific things we'd want that bit of leeway on. Did we still want Longclaw? No, we want Wreath. That needs to come back. Okay, let's be extra careful about this one here. Let's skip over it. Well, still doing alright. Could fall apart quickly if we're not careful though, so... Now once again, we'll go to Cogflies here to escort us across some of the flyers. We didn't see the big one last time, but... Okay, good. Okay. Cogflies are still with us. Up to a point. Let's not run into every enemy up here. Whoop. And your purple friends, well, we got more. We made them ourselves. hang on. Okay. Got through that one safely this time. Okay, let's reload ammunition. And this is the best we've done, getting through here with no damage so far. Then we need to get through the final corridor over to Fleetopia. Getting a little low on silk. And we need to watch out for the ones that spew projectiles all over here. We'll just go on the opposite side of them where we can and get out before they fire. And then we drop it in this side. We'd better kill this one quickly. Oh, no. That was not quickly. Nope. Okay, one hit. That's fine. Just one hit. And then the top passage here actually gets us across pretty efficiently. As long as we don't get caught by anything. I think we made it. Pretty much. Okay. Took some long attempts, but we eventually got all the methods down that we needed. Flea Master, I bring a delivery. Supplies from the couriers at Belhart to aid your settlement. Such dedication you continue to show us, Miss Hornet. While we may seem safe out here at range from danger, we cannot go far to forage, and the many fleas need much nurture. Food and provisions such as you bring are crucial in these desperate times. So that's done. We'll see if there's anything new to buy in Belhart. For your hard efforts and eternal friendship, please accept these meager rosaries as reward. Think of we fleas when you find chance to trade them. So, more rosaries that we can carelessly lose later. And let's head back down. Do we get anything new to talk about? Not really. And we'll fast travel back down to Belhart. Well, at least we know this area pretty well by this point. The parts we've explored anyway, because clearly there are more. Okay. Back to Belhart. And we'll see if anything has changed in the shop. Nope, nothing new actually. I guess the spa was the last purchase for now. But we'll see if the couriers offer anything new. And yet, no, to just rotate to the other towns again. That's okay, at least we've shown off each of the routes individually. Also, we've got a decent amount of cash at this point, given that we have the 2 pieces of craft metal. We're going to go down to the Underworks, the Architect, and we'll buy both of the tools out of the Architect. I think those are the only vendor items I have left to account for. So we'll do that. We could cache the relic here at some point, but then, you know, better to just sit on it as rosary storage for the time being, I think. For the architect, we go back to Grand Bellway and connect through there to Ventrica. Okay, so it's just these two items here. We can afford them both. Hopefully we don't need craft metal for anything else, given that we will be completely out after these ones. Now that we bought that up. A service to you, Bugred. As it concludes, I must speak, confess. Long now I have felt my rotors slow their spin. My limbs lift weak, an ending is felt, coming, sudden, certain, welcome.
That's fine.
Whatever fading you feel has not shown in your craft, master. You have provided tools of immaculate make. What will follow if you pass? Would another take your place? One cannot. The skill to construct an architect, that was taken by time. I am the last, final. The core remains to sustain the song, but no more architects to tend toil or build anew. Strange, for Farloom Eternal states the directive gauge. But how can eternity sustain without an architect to serve? It seems error, an end, an error. Welcome. So yeah, soon that'll be the end of Citadel maintenance. Okay, so that's accounted for. Let's see about these new tools. We can play around with them a little bit, maybe. Powered by cogwork motor, propels forward, slicing through foes. Do we have shards to just burn on trying it? Maybe. Yes, okay, so it's something that will penetrate. Let's put it on the bottom weapon now. Flaring the cloak will spin the blades, damaging surrounding enemies. So, like when you get into the float, that seems really interesting, actually. Like if you do this. Yeah, so every time you do the double jump, then that does damage. That seems very good, actually, given how movement-oriented this game is when it comes to dodging. I don't know that we have enough slots to keep it for the final boss because we're pretty dependent on healing up and defending ourselves with the warding bell, but why don't we keep it in mind for the time being? And I'm thinking at this point that we will try to go for the boss objective. Although it really does seem conspicuous to me that we're probably missing some other area that we can traverse to. I've long suspected that area to the right of the Farfields and Greymoor, because if you look at the shape of the map, that seems like a conspicuously open corner. Maybe we even need to go through Bilewaters more, who knows? In fact, maybe we'll check the area in Farfields first. We haven't been back there since we, well, did the fight over the big pit of lava with the escape sequence, and additionally the acquisition of the anklets that make us run fast. So we'll maybe check far fields first, just to see if maybe there's some other passage that's on the right side there that we might have missed. At some point, I do think that it between Hunter's March and Greymoor looks suspicious as well. We just haven't found a good way to check it. Could be something to do with that Achilles statue that we never learned how to interact with. Could be something else. But we'll poke around a little bit, not for too long. And there's a lot that has not been accounted for. If we are approaching the boss now, we still never, other than the delivery, had an interaction with Maskmaker, Farnaby, Diving Bell, the other Ornate Lock and Whiteboard, and a whole bunch of the exits that seem unaccounted for in or above the putrefied duct. So yeah, a lot on the checklist, but definitely at least one totally missing crest and one totally missing zone. So given that, let's see, what are we wearing here? We'll keep this, go light on heels for the time being until we actually face off against the boss. Guess the animation we'll get used to when we're seeing it on every jump. Yeah, I thought, looking at the description from before we bought this, from the architect, that this was some kind of Thorns damage reflects effect, but no, it's actually damage on every jump, and with a pretty long range too. So that could be interesting. We can even try it out for a moment here in the Grand Bellway if we so wish. And try out a number of things, in fact. Let's see what the piercing pattern is like on this. Oh, wow. Oh, it's one of these. Okay. So it actually wears ahead and just mows him down. Very nice. Yeah, it does a sizable knockback too, actually. Damage output is a little weak, but that can be expected. Even just that little bit of chip damage can make a big difference. So yeah, the Sawtooth Anklet reminds me of something else. I guess maybe, I want to say it was in the Crystal Zone in the first Hollow Knight game that you kind of had to dodge those. In Metroid Dread, there's a very similar obstacle as well that has that rolling saw blade pattern. That might be what I'm thinking of. Anyway, Bellbeast is stomping around and looking a little restless, so let's go down to Far Fields to see if we can check some of my suspicions there. We had poked around to the right of the Bellbeast station previously. Beyond just getting the flea there, we'll take a look at a couple of different possibilities though. Yeah, because there's a drop past that point that shortcuts over to the other bench. Where we got this cloak in the first place. Now we do have to be aware of the knockback on the cloak now that can throw off some of my predicted positioning if we're not totally used to it yet. Oops, that was a mistake. That's okay, it takes us down here. Actually, I wonder if we should have checked the right side of the climb section there. That was a wall. I think I had previously done that, though. That we had checked that wall. What we had not really checked was the right side here. But this was just to drop into that section below. Let's see what else there is. Just looking for any suspicious walls along the way. Not really. No, that was just a former shell location. I want to see if there are any ceiling locations or something here that we hadn't checked, because map-wise, it looks like it's potentially suspicious. We'll check the weakness area after that. Oops. Never actually went to get these rosaries or poke this guy, so that could itself be indicative of something. Open up here. Okay, this just loops around to the weakness. We should check it just in case there was something I missed. Now we have more movement abilities available. I haven't seen many of these needle and gates. Just this one, a weakness atla, and then the one in wormways. But I think we're definitely missing at least one more weakness, because we've seen reference in the relics to the various weakness, and I think there were more of them than what we had discovered on the field so far. Oh yeah, this is the running tutorial too. Oh, something that is no longer available, so yeah, maybe nothing. Worth checking. I still suspect there's something we're missing in this zone, but I've checked quite a bit at this point. Yeah, I never did discover anything of the top corners and everything here, so I guess we'll just go back. remember what this formerly was in the corner. If that was anything significant. Was this something? It looks almost like it was something there, but nope. Okay, in this section, I guess we should just head back up. We may have to do the boss. I don't have an obvious bit of content to attempt outside of that, so. Yeah, in that case. Now, the boss isn't terribly grounded, so we'll probably change the weapon set a little bit, but we'll see how quickly we can relearn the pattern that we had established last time when doing the first ending. We're doing decently well on shards. Would have been nice to see if we could find that remaining zone that we know we're probably missing, though. I mean, it might just be the area over Petrified Ducts, which we've been thinking about all along. Could be something else entirely. I'm just looking at the map to see if there's anything that looks like it might fit in the way that the Wisp Thicket did as a connecting area that was in a conspicuously available gap, like how the area over to Hunter's March is a gap. Maybe we should check that one more time. I don't know what that would possibly connect to, though. But never figured out the statue area. Oh, we're not far from it. We could maybe do one more check in the Hunter's March area. I thought I had checked it pretty thoroughly, though. That's the thing. And if anything protrudes from it, it would have to be at the top right. If it is able to pull in that spot under Greymoor. I mean, in Greymoor, perhaps there was something that was able to go further down. Like that little knob there that was just a little pit to fall into. That was always a little suspicious, given that there was absolutely nothing going on there. I think the way to do it will be to take Belbeast to Greymoor and start exploring from that end first. Moreover, we never really checked around here either. We'll see, because definitely there's a few spots here look like we didn't really inspect them carefully enough. This one's just having a little sing-along. There's a bit of water here. And then a drop down here. So this was the area that we looked at previously. And this seemed to go nowhere. Was there in fact more to do here? Beyond whatever it was we found here, which I honestly can't remember. There's a bit of silk here that we can use to verify that what this was. Lost alone. Where now? None left. Where now? So dark. Yeah, we checked that before. There was nothing. This side also seemingly nothing, but I wonder if anything else would connect to it. First location here. So we've done to drop down to the far fields quite a few times. We've done the ascent up in Hunter's March quite a few times. It really does seem like that rectangle is going to be filled somehow. It's just a question of which zone is going to do it. Also, have we done much in the top middle here? Because that's clearly something. Actually, I wonder if we had checked that. Oh, we must have, because there's a top passage from up above that we looped to before, earlier in the experience. So we have been here. We've been further up top. Surely we must have. Yeah, this all looks somewhat familiar. Oops. Just wondering if there's anything we didn't check up here before. We had been up here. I just don't remember how exhaustively. Like anything up in this section? This looks like it's shaky. Oh yeah, that's something. That's something. That's an uneven wall. It's actually a bit of a... not quite a rumble effect when you go there, but this is absolutely something. So, okay, this is a new part of the map then. Where are we? Looks like it's just an interstitial segment here that goes under Sinner's Road. Maybe it goes over to the other bench. glad we checked. And this is a new zone too. That's also a secret. Let's check the top first in case there's a connecting passage that we can break. Yeah, we can, which means we can get a bench. So descriptivist, you're saying what wishes are on the to-do list? Nothing right now. We've filled everything onto boards, but there are several NPCs and keys or locks that are unaccounted for in terms of not having an interaction for them yet. And of course, we just discovered a new passageway, which we will be taking further. This gives us silk eaters whenever we want them. This explains why this bench is so far out of the way, incidentally. Now we do finally have a connecting passage. That makes it useful for something other than all the silk eaters. All the silk eaters we forgot to use. So where does this go? Just shell fragments here? No, there's gotta be more than that. Yeah, here you go. That it though? That seems suspicious to me. All this work to come down here for this passage that doesn't give you anything? I mean, I guess it does give you a safer connection into Sinner's Road that skips all the bile. That's maybe its main purpose. Skips most of the climb, but is that really all there is? That it gives you that connection. I find that a little dubious. And yeah, descriptivist, you rather like the unrestrained servitude of this loyal character here. You're saying he's just like you. Well, if I ever need any silk eaters in real life to recover all of the money I dropped on the street, then I will know who to ask. Much appreciated. Okay, so we found another passage over here. All these different connection points that are possible. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because this just gives you a shorter, or at least safer route through or around Sinner's Road, and so many different alternate passageways are just available to you. Gives you access to that much closer bench. It is strange to me that we have that passage that curls down and doesn't give you anything but shells to it. Deserves a second look, I think. That doesn't look right. How could that possibly be all there is? Or something like this? Well, not really seeing anything crumbling on this side this time. So, I'm not sure we found the kind of passage we were looking for, but we did find something that was new, which is progress in its own way. I still suspect there's more. It really looks like There's more room for the map to fill in. And again, we know we're missing something, so... Just looking at all the different gaps in the map to see what could potentially be a candidate for further exploration. We had checked the whole area on the wall rightmost side of Greymoor previously. Obviously, this gets you back to early Water, where there might still be something to look at that we were previously just bypassing for safety. You're saying it in Steel Soul mode. Tuck is dead. I haven't looked up anything about Steel Soul mode. I mean, obviously we wouldn't locked it, but I'm unclear about the changes. Traps. Oh, and I forgot to put on a wreath now that we got hit by maggots. Took a bit of a bath. I am not coming here without a wreath. But there are definitely a few spaces here that we just never accounted for in terms of exploration. That, you know, it seemed like they surely would unlock some places for us to travel, and we just never figured out where to. Anyway, definitely getting back into the wreath if we can. Once we've shed some maggots. Still like sawtooth circlet here though. We'll go with this. That lower area that it dips into as well, that feels like it's potentially some kind of passage. Sinner's Road. Yeah, we'll check some of the lower parts of Water. I'm not going to get too deep into it because it's Water, and it seems like we've spent multiple vacations there at this point. Nope, missing everything here. There we go. Did I ever check some of these locations? That's just where the enemies were locked up and housed previously. Okay, where are we? This is a water exit. Some kind of top segment there. We'll come up this way and see what we can do. Just in case there's anything along this wall that we want to look at without blowing the whole wreath. I'm getting hit by everything. Yeah, this is new. This is new. Wreath is going to go down in a moment. Oh, look at that. New weave nest. This is new, completely. Glad we checked. Wonder if this is a mappable area. Weave nest Merglin. Looks like we need to go around to this. That looks like it might be a bench if we make way towards it. Yeah, wreath is out. If we can hit a bench here, then that'd be great. But the ruined tool, interesting. We need to fix it. A crafts bug of high skill may be able to repair it, while we know a few. Remains of an ancient weaver implement. I hope we don't need craft metal for it, since we just spent all of ours. But obviously the ones to check are Architect, Forge Daughter, and Mask Maker. We'll talk to all of them about that. Can we bust this? No, this was just a way to see what was over here, and that is not, in fact, a bench. This is something that we can interact with eventually, but that seems like it's still raining maggoty waters on us, potentially. That wasn't washing anything off. Let's check the lower area. Actually, no, this was kind of a secret area, so we'll do this first. Note, there's a clean water, actually. But it doesn't wash off the maggots. However, what is this? Sister spiders sat between salt and stone. Build those tools a brilliant mind imagined. Aid us when our silk has waned. Why don't we play here? See what happens. Let me think about this. Sat between salt and stone. Build those tools a brilliant mind imagined. That feels like a clue for something I'm supposed to do. Also, yeah, you can actually wash off the maggots if you sit here in the water for long enough that you can wash off the bile. Sat between salt and stone. Build those tools a brilliant mind imagined. It is when our silk is waned. I guess we should think about this. Anyway, I guess we'll figure out what the rune tool is. Get there. But here, the only thing other than washing everything off is this clue. Which almost feels like I'm supposed to sit somewhere and build a tool. Unless we're referring to another character. This here doesn't seem to do anything at present, but... Oh, what if we take this down? And there we go. We've done this previously in some of the other locations. I actually never figured out what this did there either. Unless we Like, maybe you needed to activate this in each of the weave nests, but we didn't find them in every weave nest. So, what did we just accomplish? Unclear. And what is this? I don't see anything to do here. I mean, I guess we activated this, but then what does that change? Yeah, because we had seen this before in Weave Nest Atla in terms of having a structure like this. So we've activated something, but I don't know what that is done. I'm trying to see if we'll see the result of this interaction bear fruit. Oh, I guess that opens this gate. Ah, this is new, okay. Or is it? No, it just opens a gate. Like we've been through to here previously. So it powers something on. Yeah, so it just powers on the structure. But then what does that even do to us? What is powering it on done elsewhere? Take a bath first. Well, we don't have a map to look at. Once we've mapped the area, which still counts as bottled water, incidentally, maybe we have something to look at. So right now I see that we turned the lights on, but realistically, what does that do that we haven't known about already? Nope. Okay, let's wash it off. What about this slot here? Is that new? Nope, that's just through here. Well, I can't remember what the interaction is with this. Nothing too suspicious on that side. Okay, in that case, let's see if we can get out and make sense of what we've encountered. Maybe having activated this, well, we haven't really expanded our nature as such, but maybe it affects something outside. I was thinking that maybe it affects something in terms of what you can get off of Weave Nest Atla as well, but But I really don't know what we accomplished. Like, I don't know what that was opened up for us. Even elsewhere on the map. So I just want to check the spot in the room above this one again, because we still hadn't figured out what its purpose was previously, and so it seems important. This area here. What's there, everything or anything up top? Okay, making a bit of a mess of it at this point. Oh, getting in trouble. Probably not making it out of this one before we hit a bench. Oops. Better retreat back, I think. I mean, if we can make it to the other bench that's closer, then we should. One on the left, but bit of a calculated risk. Especially with traps and everything going on. What? Descriptive is you make peanut butter, apple, and banana sandwiches. That sounds pretty delicious. I do a lot with cheese. Montreal smoked meats, often. Okay, at least we built up enough for spearing that. Now we don't want darts coming here with this guy. Whoa. No, that's it. Okay, a couple hundred rosaries. I mean, we have silk eaters right here. We might as well just use one. Because I don't really have a good reason to go that deep back there. This is the first time in the game that I remember to use one of these, so. Here we go. And then we're camped again. Yeah, Styx is our friend. We just saw some proof of that. Okay, let's look at the map. Let's see if there were any conspicuous openings in that new area that we found in the weave nest. No, I think we saw the extent of the weave nest, but I don't know what we did by turning the lights on there. Maybe that's related to some other grand objective that we just haven't really properly played with yet. I don't remember if we did something similar in the weave nest that was in the wormways. Why do we turn on the lights? We definitely did it in Atla, which is known to be the largest of the nests. But maybe there is something for hitting all of those. I didn't think I had done something like that in one in the far fields where we just picked up the Silk Speed anklet. I don't remember opening up something like that, but maybe I missed it visually. But yeah, I really don't know what that does then. Maybe it gave us a vital clue for some kind of action we were supposed to do. Between salt and whatever else it was. Yeah, it's definitely a clue. I'll have to look at that a bit more carefully, I think. Anyway, so still haven't found any kind of new mappable zone, but we did in fact see even more of mild water, which, you know, we keep saying that this zone just keeps on going without end. And it's true. We keep on unlocking new paths that weave in and out of it. Yeah, I know. Just wait until we get the Biowater DLC. We just keep extending everything about it. Okay. In that case, let's see. Is it faster to go back down to Greymoor? I think it is. We're a long ways off from anything that is a fast travel point. I really still feel like we're missing tons of stuff on the map. Like this whole open area above Hunter's March. You know, Hunter's March seems oddly small too. Like I feel like there has to be more to it as a marked zone than this narrow corridor that we see here. Right now it's one of the smallest areas in the game. Spent quite a lot of time there, mind you, but it does seem oddly straightforward in a way that makes me think there are branches that we haven't properly investigated. I'm just planning out the best way to investigate that if we so choose. Which would actually be just dropping down far fields now, maybe, and making it under. Now, that's a pretty long way to go, though. But nothing is short. You gotta go through so much muck, too, to get over the weave nest. No avoiding or mitigating it, even with the wreath. Anyway, you can do a nice quick drop over here. This is the Farfield's drop. Hopefully it's something along some wall. Try to look at it carefully in case any anomaly here presents itself. Anyway, we dropped down pretty low. Let's see what to do here. Oh yes, we need to fix the item that we just picked up. That was the major thing that we picked up in that area, was the ruined tool. So naturally, first one we should check is the architect. Architect, Forge Daughter, Mask Maker, those are the ones who I think are the likeliest to deal with it. So let's check Architect first. Seems like we've been back to this station multiple times already today. Oops. Well, it doesn't hurt to ask. Oh, actually, no, the architect's dead. We were warned about this, in fact, that the architect was dying. Intricate internal mechanism of a cogwork bug can be broken into individual shell shards for use in crafting. So, yeah, the architect is done. So, that's not going to be who crafts for us. I mean, we can't say we weren't warned. There was a whole speech and everything. I just didn't expect it would be on the next visit. But see, that's what happens when you buy everything from their shop. Okay, we'll check Forge Daughter. And then we'll check Mask Maker. Those all seem like the very natural solutions. Okay, to writing down. Forge Daughter, within an old weaver nest I discovered a weapon. Much damaged by age, I believe your skills could see it restored. How much craft metal is she charging me for this? Oh, an impressive tool that in a fine challenge. We can reforge the weapon if the price fits. It requires craft metal. I mean, I guess we got that pristine core from buying everything off the architect. But yeah, so we're still missing one piece of craft metal and also now one additional item here, Silk Shot. That looks really... Well, I mean, we have no idea what its attack pattern is, but it must be something interesting if there's this whole sequence involved to get to it. In that case, I guess we need more craft metal again. That's quite the voice. For Farloom everlasting, heated, shapeth, the work endures. Forged by holy duty, we continue the task. Someone had fun making that singing voice. Okay. So much still unaccounted for. We never did figure out why that was a dead end on the bottom left. I mean, I noticed that long ago. We just never really gave it a second inspection with the moveset that we have now. Understand what was going on there. Maybe I did look at it and we just don't recall. This area here. Oh yes, this is this bit. we've been here for the treasures and all that, but... Never did find out there was something beyond that. In some non-obvious way. So yeah, that was always a bit of a dead end here. Very suspicious one though. So, this lights up. That implies something. Nothing. Well, that is curious. We've been here, we've opened that up before. Anyway, let's get out of here. That's a series of steps going back up. This we've been too long ago, but maybe there's potential for something I missed. Nope, this just carries you all the way back over. The 7th bell toll, send 30 measures, 4 beats smoke rock, 8 beats sweet melt, market fealty, all workers. At 9th bell toll, send 20 measures, 2 beats smoke rock, 7 beats sweet melt, market fealty, all workers. We've seen this before. I think I don't know that it was anything else that was tangible to interact with. Okay, in that case, let's back out. Oh, there's more here. Yeah, we've seen what there is to see here for the moment. Let's take this back up. Never knew what this bit was about either. Well, let's head back out. Yeah, let's fast travel out of here. Alright, we can just take the Bilby Stout. That's what it's for. Now, was there anything else I needed to check? Yeah. I think we'll just need to be content with activating the boss before we have everything ticked off our list in terms of interactions that probably do exist, but which we haven't uncovered the criteria for yet. What a map, looking at this. Now that we filled in this much, and yet we're missing something. Okay, we've been putting it off all day. I think it's time, let's just give it a try. We'll switch back to something a little more healing oriented. Presumably we need to get through the same phases that we did previously, but then for all we know there might be an additional and more difficult phase at the end of what we know about. So yeah, we know where to pay for the rune tool. At this point we don't have the craft metal to do it. We still don't know what the little angry bud there is doing. Otherwise, maybe not in reasonable shape. Okay, in terms of the setup that we need, I think we stay on spear for sure. We definitely went warding bell previously. And let's just put everything in the right location where possible. We don't need a wall cling, which tells me that for yellow, we're actually going to go spider strings. I mean, we know there's going to be some kind of needle in interaction at some point in this sequence, so we might as well take that. I know last time we went for weighted belt as well, I think, in lieu of the compass, because then we don't get stunned out of position as much when we get hit in the air. I think there's a subtle difference. Maybe we made good use of it, maybe we didn't. But let's hope for the best. Do we want to keep the weapons set here? Maybe. Yeah, we'll try it. Okay, we're already here at the terminus, so let's just smoke on up and see how things are gonna go. Okay, we done did a little chat with the caretaker previously, so probably don't need to encounter him but here a second time. Oops. Oops. Missing everything. Okay. I mean, yeah, look at this. We see that there's some rope set up here. There will be something new, so let's challenge the fight, and let's see how similar it is. Okay, Grandmother's Silk. Let's do this again. We stay grounded and just dodge well. Yeah, just watch the horizontal ones. Okay, pretty clean so far, actually. Just the horizontals that you mostly need to see. Whoop, got hit a little bit here. Then we'll tap in. And okay, we'll need to heal up in just a moment. In just a moment. Actually got a good opportunity there for once. Whoop. Yeah, that hits for a ton of damage if you get caught in the silk, so let's... Oh, got caught. Right at the tail end of the heal, at least. So that's already a phase change. Then there's a lot of dodging in the next part, though. Yeah, a little bit sloppy coming out of that. Heal timing was a bit off, for sure. Shouldn't have healed into the silk strands, actually. That was a pretty dangerous position to be doing that. Didn't realize I could just jump to that. Oh, didn't see that coming. Yeah, it's always the horizontal ones that we need to watch. Horizontal strikes. That seemed a little newer, at least wider than usual. Well, we'll see. Yeah, it's okay. Some of the heal timing needed work in terms of making sure I was not going to be vulnerable to something. I think we had a reasonable time at this fight when we defeated the first version. Still a lot of pattern reading that you need to be careful about. Gauging height especially. Horizontal on either side, don't see that very often. Whoop. It's fine. Let's get some silk going. Good. That was pretty close, actually. And that's hitting like crazy now, so it's... Oh, bad timing. With the heal. Good thing we had the warding bell. Yeah, just needed to hold into a decent position there. Have a pretty safe heal timing this time. Yeah, we did do the heal early enough that we're not going to get much Reaper Silk off of it, but... Oop. Yeah, we need to jump over the swipe, actually. The swipe just hits that bottom rung, I think. Too high. Let's look for heal timing soon. Okay, could be worse. Yeah, sometimes you just need to play really safe. Can't always get into the attack. Doesn't always work that way. Nope. We were doing at her for a while, but then the phase transition hit a little bit hard. Oh, wrong place. Where did we even go here? Oh yes, we went to the middle section. Where we could see everything else cast off. Oh, whoops. Shouldn't have taken a hit here. That's a little premature. Well, we'll just have to go in a point down. So yeah, for the swipe attack, we should jump over it, not try to sneak under it. If we have the presence of mind to spot it quickly enough. Nope. Need better height control on all of that. Nope, thought we could dodge that. Okay. Nope. A little bit rough here. We got some of the healing done at least, not much, but okay, that was a very near thing there with that dodge. Okay. We'll save to heal until after the initial dodging pattern so we have a bit of silk replenishment out of that. We'll watch for the second dump here, and now we go. Okay, dodge that. Not entirely intentionally, perhaps, but we made it. We can stay close and pressure. Good. Getting closer. Whoop, that hit pretty hard. Oh, I'm hitting a little too hard here, but super heal opportunity. quite. A lot of silk that we can pick up though. Nope. Getting too close. Need silk. Okay, that was way too close. There we go. And now do we do the trap? Needle in. Okay, we have done to bind previously. We now have needle in available as an alternate interaction. Does this give me an additional phase that we need to get through before the trap is actually activated? Let's see. And we're being dragged into this. Lace. Return of the lace. Thank you so much for the GG. Let's watch the cutscene. So maybe we do get to play as Lace in Hollow Knight 3. Bile Song. Okay, instead of binding the entire kingdom in even more silk that is under our command, we have some similar shots here of things not bound in silk. Very deliberate parallel to the other ending that we had seen. Except all of this is going to get ripped apart by something else entirely. So we have Snared silk. And what do we see here? Do we see credits? I thought so. Okay. Alright, let's see what happens this time, because last time we didn't even get a completion percentage. Maybe this time we'll see a percentage, and then we'll load back into the file to see what happens. We will not really be progressing much further today, because I have been streaming for long enough that this is kind of a natural breakpoint, but we will at the very least see what's happening and what has changed. Or if it just kicks me back to the last save point as before, expecting me to do even better if we want yet another ending. I saw that one of the playtest names is Matthew Trubbiani. I wonder if that's related to one of the bosses being called Trubbio. That association just jumped out at me all of a sudden here. Game completion, 87 hours. Okay, we still do not have a completion percentage. Given Lace's little intervention here, we'd better load back in and see what happened. And look at this. Look at what happened to the save file here. It is covered in stuff. And we have to break it. We have to break open the save file. And that's going to give me question mark, question mark. Obviously, we should get in there and see what's happening. Very neat little fourth wall breaking moment with the save files themselves, so indicating that we've got some more business to get done here. With Hornet having dropped down below. Act 3. Does it have a name? Abyss. Well, this is a neat potential connection to the first game, especially with blackness everywhere. You know, finally we're seeing a bit more Hollow Knight 1 lore come back to exact its revenge now that all of the silk is no longer here to keep it at bay. Okay, let's heal up at least partially. We have a new objective. And 06 is saying, here's another 87 hours. Well, we'll see. Something is screaming at us. Hornet does seem a little concerned about that. Okay, so. After the fall, discover the fate of Farloom. We are going to stop here. This is a very natural stopping point, I think. And we're going to continue here next time. Because, yeah, I'm eager to get into it. So, in the interest of disclosure, I was aware that there was such a thing as an Act 3 because we'd seen it floating around in stream titles on Twitch and other places. I had averted my eyes from what that could be. We knew that there was something coming, but it was something that I think was pretty obvious from just playing the game itself, that there was something substantially more that was left to be done. I mean, maybe we could have done more exploration in Act 2 already, but there were a few things we were clearly missing, such as an entire crest, an entire zone map, probably several mask shards, and I would say at least one expansion on our spool as well. So, and so many interactions that we had just not done yet. So many things with various NPCs and objects that we just never really figured out what to do with. Now, was there any kind of reset on our inventory? Anything cleared from it? No. So I don't think anything has been made obsolete. Yeah, and we still have some other upgrade with pale oil that is left to discover, so lots left to do. Don't know what to do with the Twisted Bud. Still need craft metal for the rune tool. We've got the map still kind of available in its previous state, but we're just going to find out, I guess, what has happened to it when we make our way back up. Notice that it does not show you where I am on the map. We'll just have to escape somehow and figure that out. So, yeah, Red Knight said they couldn't call it after Act 2. Well, I mean, that's why, you know, I was kind of referring to this as the post-credits game so far, because I think, there, you know, we had a pretty large interstitial zone. I completed Act 2. I completed that ending at 72 hours in game, and of course that doesn't count things like menu time and all that, and so even just with the in-game timer, we had an additional 15 hours of just wandering around after that, just to get everything done, like the fleas and whatever else. But I think this will be a lovely place to begin the next broadcast. So, thank you for joining me for this part. We'll likely try to continue tomorrow because I'm very eager to see what happens from here. And discover it isn't fresh. Thank you so much for joining me. And there is so much more to look forward to in this game. But for now, we'll pass you folks on to somewhere else, I think, if I can find somewhere appropriate. And we'll be back very soon, so enjoy everything you may be playing or making or otherwise observing. And as always, fare thee well.